Let's hope that everything goes through. With load shedding being what it is, I'm not sure how good this stream is going to be. We're being battered by stage 6 load shedding, so I'm not sure what the batteries on the exchanges look like, if the exchanges can even handle the current level of load shedding. We'll see though. Right? It all remains to be seen. But anyways, happy to be back, ladies and gentlemen. And remember, if you're watching this over on YouTube, hit the like button. Also, hit the link in the description down below, because it is always better when it's live. We're going to be reacting to Preacher stuff. We're probably going to be talking about, like a million other different things. Things that's happened over on Twitter that I think is sort of worth discussing. Yeah, whatever time allows us, really, that's what we'll be doing. I don't know how much time we'll have. I'm hoping 4 hours. That's the hope. I think we should be able to do at least just shy of 4 hours, because the power goes out again at 2 o'clock. And then, yeah, it's basically, it's on for 2 hours after that, and then off again for 4 hours. So today, miserable. Katrina Stars, good morning. How you doing? Yeah, it's miserable at the moment. That's literally all I can say. The load shedding schedules are terrible over weekends. It's been terrible this entire week, because basically the way the load shedding schedules work, every week is different. So you're not always off at the exact same times. Some weeks is fine. Like some weeks you actually have most of your off time during the evening, which is fine. You're sleeping, right? So it doesn't really matter. At least it's not as impactful. And then other weeks, like this week, almost all of my off time was during the day. So that makes it very fucking hard to do anything. So yeah, it's been miserable. I'm good, Katrina. I'm good. I have a battery. I have an inverter. I just need an electrician to install the fucking thing. Metal Fan from Hell, how you doing, fam? I'm happy to have you here, bro. I'm very happy to have you here. I wish it could be, like, it being a birthday stream, it would have been nice if we could do a proper stream, like 7-8 hours, like normal. There's no way. Sadly, there's no way. Firefly with a first-time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. And also, thanks for the follow. I saw you followed about 5 hours ago. I really appreciate that, fam. I've been watching through your 40k reactions on the Clips channel on YouTube. Dude, I'm glad to have you here. We're probably going to get back into some serious 40k reactions within next week. Because, yeah, it's been, like, streaming's been a nightmare. I try to stream every day, every week. At least during the week. Weekends I take off. I've not been doing a good job of that. The load shedding's been kicking my fucking ass. Hudson Drew, how you doing, fam? But yeah, like, we're close, boys. I can taste the freedom. It's right there. I just need an electrician to actually install this thing. The issue, though, is everyone is getting off of Eskim. So everyone is installing fucking solar inverters and batteries and solar panels, and so everyone is just fully booked. So you kind of have to, make an appointment, and then they let you know, okay, we can see you tomorrow, or we can see you, day after, whatever. So yeah, it's been a rush. It's been a fucking rush. How have you guys been? Like, good, at least? Hopefully you've had a good weekend so far, even though we couldn't stream. I really hope that it's been good. I did something last night. Like, I don't know why I decided to watch this, but so I'm scrolling through Prime Video, right? And I can't find shit to watch. I don't know. I had analysis paralysis to the max. I just couldn't make a choice. I'm just sitting there looking at all these choices of movies and shit to watch, and I'm like, I don't know what to watch. Like, what am I watching that's going to be worth my time and also going to give me a good vibe? And I'm like, okay, I can't find anything. And then I just decide to click on, like, a random thing, and it happens to be Pitch Perfect. So I watched a fucking musical last night. I don't even know if Pitch Perfect is a musical. It's more like a romance thing with singing in it. It's probably not a musical. But yeah, I watched Pitch Perfect last night. Good movie. Not bad. Not great, but not bad. The Flash Kids YouTube channel has released an hilarious 40k South Park Looney Tunes-esque video. We can watch that. I don't know if we'll have time for it today, because we have to watch Preacher's video, Middlefan. Like that is number one priority, is Preacher's video. Oh, there's only 5 minutes. Yeah, we could probably watch this. Yeah, 5 minutes isn't bad. We can do that. But yeah, Preacher's video takes priority today. I want to hear what Blizzard has to say. And then we'll probably just hang out for a bit after that. And then the power goes out. And then, you know, I'll be back on Monday. And it's not getting better. I've read a lot of articles now that say that we're looking at stage 8 at the least within the next few weeks. How to just get up and watch something? A push? Arthurs, what do you mean? Watch what? Oh, you mean like watch a movie? Yeah, sometimes it's just difficult to find the right thing because there's so many choices on these sort of video apps. You know, you have Netflix. First and foremost, there's the choice between all of the different video apps because, you know, you have Netflix, you have Prime Video, you have Disney Plus, you have HBO Plus, you have, I'm sure there's more, Hulu or whatever the fuck. I don't think we have Hulu in South Africa. In South Africa, we have a thing called, is it Showbox or some shit like that? Showmax. Showmax, it's called. You have Showmax. You have all of these different choices there, right? And so you have to make a choice on that because no one wants to pay for everything. And then once you get on it, there's so many movies and stuff that you can watch that it's so easy to fall into this analysis paralysis thing. Mio Kitimon, thank you very much. Really appreciate that, bro. And I experienced that a lot. So I would say probably more than 80-90% of my time on those platforms, I end up watching nothing. Like, I'll usually go there, look for something to watch, and then I'll just go to YouTube and watch something there instead. Because I genuinely just can't decide. Because whatever you watch, that's going to be an investment, right? You're going to be there for the next 2 hours watching, you know, whatever it is. And yeah, there's just too many choices, too many things competing for your attention. Yeah, we don't have Hulu here. I could probably get it. I mean, I had Netflix before Netflix was in South Africa, just using a VPN. Although that was a terrible experience. I think that was not a good experience. I don't know why, but VPNs in South Africa suck. It's fucking balls, bro. But anyways, I have my coffee. It's a Sunday. What a day. It's always like it feels like my birthday every year falls on terrible fucking days. Even though I know technically that's not possible, it just feels like it's always the wrong day. Like it's a day where I'm super busy with something, or there's load shedding, or there's always something interfering with my ability to do anything for my birthday. Man, thank you very much. Really appreciate that, bro. Not that I usually do anything. Hudson, thank you. I really appreciate that. I generally don't do anything on my birthday. Like I'll go out, maybe have some dinner or something, but I don't really celebrate it. Plus, most people in my family will not remember my birthday until at least next week. But I guarantee you now, I'll let you guys know when my dad finally texts me to go, hey, happy birthday, by the way. 1 year it was in February. I fucking kid you not. In February, he texts me, he's like, isn't it your birthday soon? I'm like, yeah, like it was a month ago. He's like, oh, well, happy birthday. I'm like, oh, thanks, bro. I've tried to get them, but they check for an American credit card. Yeah, you're from Canada, right? Yeah. I would have thought that every company that is in America is also in Canada. I would like that to me. I mean, Canada is basically America, right? Like you have a different governor, you know, Trudeau or whatever, but it's kind of America, no? Oh shit! Sophia with the 5 community subs. Ladies and gentlemen, can I get some hearts in chat? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Katrina, don't deny it. We all know that Canada is just one of the states of America. You guys want to pretend like you're your own country, but we know it's not true. Happy birthday to me. Otters, thank you very much, dude. Really appreciate that. God, I'm sad, and yeah. What to watch? Otters, I don't really see it as sad, to be honest with you. I don't view birthdays as an important thing. I genuinely don't really understand why we celebrate birthdays. Like, I'm being congratulated on something that I had nothing to do with, right? I wasn't there. I had no choice in the matter. So I don't really celebrate it. Like, obviously, you know, happy birthday is always very much appreciated. But in terms of putting on parties, the last party I had was for my 21st, which is like a huge deal in South Africa. When you turn 21, that's like the biggest party you can have. Your whole family is invited. Everyone gets drunk as fuck. But then after that, you sort of forget yourself. Now, I couldn't forget because this morning when I woke up, my phone wished me a happy fucking birthday. Like, literally. Woke up this morning, opened my phone, and it's like, happy birthday. I hope you have a good day. I'm like, oh, shit. Yeah, that's right. And I fucking told you guys on Friday on Discord that, you know, it's my birthday. And I forgot. From Friday to today, I fucking forgot. I completely forgot. I woke up this morning, I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm going to stream. I'm going to hang out. And then, you know, open my phone. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. I actually did say I'm going to stream today. So, happy coincidence. D-Rocker, how you doing? What have you guys been up to? Like, what's your weekend been like? What did you guys do that I could take inspiration from so that I can do that too? Let's hear it. Or have you guys literally just been degenerate little fucks playing video games the whole time? Playing WoW, doing dailies, Mythic Plus? I haven't played WoW all weekend. I've been playing a lot of League. But I haven't played WoW. I played WoW last week. I'm a little upset with myself, actually, because I think it's already, like, it's reset already, so I kind of missed last week's dailies, because I didn't do all of them. I did all the Valdrakken ones, but then I sort of got busy with other things, and I was like, fuck. So I'm gonna have to catch up. I'm a little bit behind there. Finish work today. I have the next 2 days off. Finally get to play WoW. Couldn't do it until after the holidays. Hey, nice. I was playing PvP in WoW, and first time ever I get to it. Toby, are you having fun with that? I'm not a huge fan of PvP in any game, except for League of Legends, where I don't mind it as much. Oh, wait, is Season 2 out already, Firefly? Because I heard that it's coming back and it's like bloodier than ever or whatever. But I wasn't sure if it was out already. Why did I see only... Why is only Muketimon sending hearts in chat for gifted subs? Zofia grew the DJ Nation by at least 5 new babies. And you guys aren't saying, you know, congratulations. Thank you for adding more people to the nation. You guys are terrible. Like, fucking terrible. You'd all be terrible parents, by the way. You always say thank you. When, like, at least you go, whoo, when someone has a baby, right? Or adds a new person to the nation. Toby, I'll excuse you. I'll excuse you. You have an excuse. League of Legends PvP makes me the saltiest of all. For the enemy to have a good time, I have to have a bad time. True, but it's also super fun, especially if you play like I do. I basically just play ARAM. That's my jam, bro. I fucking love ARAM. It's like 20 minutes of just good, clean fun. You don't lose much when you lose. You don't gain much when you win. You just have fun, you know? So yeah, I've been having a ton of fun with League. I do rank every once in a while, but I don't like it as much. Because rank is like proper League, you know? That's where the stress really comes in. Because when you lose in rank, you lose stuff. Like you go down, you fucking end up in iron. That's never fun. When you win in rank, obviously it goes well, and that creates the salt, I feel, whereas an ARAM, the fuck's the worst that can happen? How's working your artwork? Dude, I've been looking into so many things. I found out last week that we do not have ERVs in South Africa. Do you guys know what an ERV is? Or am I gonna have to explain that? You guys should know what an ERV is. I feel like a lot of Americans would probably have it. No, not ERP. It's not that kind of fun. It's fun, but not that kind of fun. No. So ERV stands for energy. What is it again? It's energy something ventilation. Rose Fox, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Yeah, it's my birthday. What does it stand for again? It's ERV ventilation. It stands for energy recovery ventilation. That's what it stands for. Energy recovery ventilation. But it's not available in South Africa. You can't get a single ERV anywhere in South Africa. So I'm going to have to order that shit on Amazon. Do you have any idea how expensive it is to order things like that on Amazon? Because like the cheapest one I could see on Amazon was $480, I think. Like $480, $490 thereabouts. I mean, the import cost, taxes and shipping is like $296. So I was like, Jesus, that's like more than half the price of the actual thing that I'm trying to import. But the way they work, for those of you that don't know, because clearly almost no one knows, when you have an air conditioner, right, you need to have the doors and the windows closed. Otherwise, the air conditioner is trying to cool the world, and that doesn't really work. So you have to keep everything closed. The problem there is you run out of oxygen. Like, you'll physically start running out of oxygen. You won't die, you won't suffocate, because oxygen will come in from other places, but the percentage of oxygen required in the room obviously goes down. Now, an ERV system basically filters the air and also moves fresh air in, old air out. But it's called ERV, energy recovery, because it actually cools the air that comes from outside by using the cold air from inside that's now stale and old to transfer that heat away. So the warm air that's coming in, its heat is transferred to the cold air going out, and then you get cooler air coming into your house, so your air conditioner doesn't constantly have to warm or cool down the air. That's an ERV system. So it provides you with fresh air without ever having to open the windows and shit. That's effectively what it is. And that's what I'm looking for. Katrina stars, 45 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, Katrina. Yeah, I want this. I fucking want this. But I don't know where to get it. I genuinely... No one even knows. I phoned a couple of companies here, and I said, do you guys have ERV systems? And they looked at me as if I'm going nuts. They're like, what? I'm like, ERV? I'm like, what's that? Is that a kind of air conditioner? I'm like, yeah, okay, let's fucking say that. Let's just leave this conversation. It's clearly not going anywhere. One company told me that they know what it is, but they've never installed one or seen one. They don't think it's available in South Africa. So... you know, good luck me, I guess. Dude, I'm in such a weird mindset today, man. Like, you're supposed to be happy on your birthday, right? But I'm not happy. And I know exactly the reason why I'm not happy. So I'm gonna have fun with you guys for the next, like, 4 hours, right? And then I'm going through, like, 6 hours of load shedding. Like, that's what I have what I have to look forward to today. 6 hours of load shedding. How the fuck does anyone exist like this? Like, how do you exist like this? After a certain age, your BDAY is just another day. But is that how it should be, D-Rocker? Like, so children get super excited for birthdays, right? Like, they get super excited. When a child's birthday is coming up, they can almost not contain themselves. Shouldn't we be like that, though? Isn't this whole thing of, we're getting older and, we should be more stoic and you shouldn't enjoy your life, isn't that kind of, like, why we get old and fucking die eventually? Just miserable and like, stupid and not feeling great because we don't enjoy our lives anymore. Like, no one enjoys their life anymore. Everyone's just sort of, going through the motions, not finding joy in things that they do. So I don't know. I'm just wondering if that's not at least part of the fucking problem. Children are not excited for their B-Day, for the fact it's their B-Day. They get excited because they get presents. Yeah, but they're still excited for the day. Even if you knew that there's like a barbecue coming up for your birthday, right? So everyone in your family's coming over. You're gonna have a massive barbecue. Most of us, like most adults, go through this whole thing of, oh fuck, okay, so I'm gonna have to clean up after these fucks, and it's gonna be a nightmare. This is gonna suck. I'm gonna hate this. When in reality, you're gonna get to hang out with family members. You're gonna get to have fun with your family. Shouldn't that be an exciting prospect? That's the question I'm asking. Shouldn't we try to find the joy in that shit? Weird of me then, in the way of birthday importance eroding. I feel like that too. You have a point, but kind of wish it wasn't so. And yes, unfortunately, nothing interesting done. Just wasting time. League. Wait, Hon is my brother's MOBA of choice. What the hell is Hon? Shiny PvP. The showdown effect of Crimecraft was fun as fuck when they were alive. I don't know what the hell that is. Drinking with siblings and cousins? So I would never get excited for drinking, just to be fair. Like, and that has nothing to do with me not embracing my inner child or whatever. It just has to do with the fact that I don't like alcohol. It's just, it doesn't do anything for me. So if you told me, hey bro, we're all coming to your house, we're gonna get drunk as fuck, bro, I'd be like, maybe let's do it at someone else's house so I can leave. I go home. So I would never be excited for going out drinking. Not anymore, at least. That used to be fun when I was a kid. But going out, hanging out with family, that shit is fun as shit, no? However, my family usually happens on days I'm not working and never the actual day of my birthday. Why don't you just organize it so that the day that you don't work also happens to be the day of your birthday? Or is that not possible? Years of Newith. Fuck! I heard about that game. It was apparently like one of the most difficult MOBAs out there. The two in League, the third game, so to say. And yeah, no surprise, you don't know them. They're dead now. Yeah, I heard about that. People said like the mechanics in Years of Newith was like super OP and you really had to be a god in order to play it and shit like that. I never played it though. I've never even seen anyone play it. So you always work on the same days, no matter what? Can someone... Okay, I know I'm asking a really silly question here because I don't know how many Americans we have in chat. Probably not that many. But does anyone know when Mr. Super Perfect Sal, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. That name is a mouthful, fam. Does anyone know when do the Buccaneers play? Because I know they're in the postseason, right? But I don't know when they're playing. Have they already played? Have they lost? Have they won? I need to know this. Because I don't see it on YouTube. I've not seen any. I've seen the Seattle Seahawks versus San Francisco 49ers. And it looks like the 49ers won. I also have a video that I want to watch before we get into Preach's video. Wait, why is my screen share not working? What the fuck? Wait, what? There we go. Wow, that was weird. You're looking for Tom Brady? Well, I'm looking for the Buccaneers. January 17th. Oh shit, they're playing the Cowboys? Fuck. I don't know if they can beat the Cowboys. Cause I'll be honest, the Cowboys don't look amazing, but they do. They're very strong on offense. That scares me a little. And I really want the Buccaneers to do well. I think the others might be more complex than Han, but that's just me guessing from a bit of experience from others. And yeah, personally didn't know anything worth watching other than the top 5 weekly plays videos or something like that. Those were entertaining as hell for a while anyway. Sorry, I know that name because my dad's a fan and he mentioned that he switched teams recently. Yes, Tom Brady is playing for the Buccaneers. But they suck this year. They absolutely fucking blow ass this year. I want to watch this video before we get into the Preach video. Society is doomed. How Instagram changed society forever. I love videos like this, bro. Let's hear it. Let's see.
Instagram is destroying.
How is Instagram destroying the earth, or society at least?
Instagram is destroying society, but Instagram used to be a great site. It was founded by a man who rejected employment at 3 of the biggest tech firms, Twitter, Facebook, and Google, because instead the founder wants to make a positive change on the internet. His app's algorithms and ads would be hand-selected by him and only his tiny team, which is why Instagram rejected data harvesting. They rejected the toxic aspects of social media to create something healthy, something that would revolutionize photo sharing and photography. By doing this, Instagram amassed 10 million users in just 10 months of its launch. But then something changed. Instagram turned into everything it sought to destroy.
Yeah, but if he really wanted to do that, why would he sell to Facebook? Right? Because if this guy's true goal, Token, how you doing, fam, was to create an actual positive site, and, you know, not the kind of toxicity. Although, I don't even know if you could do that with Instagram, because no matter what you do, Instagram would have always become what it is now. The only difference, of course, is that places like Facebook really heavily play into that. But, I mean, if that really was his goal, why would he sell to Facebook? I mean, literally one of the most evil companies on the internet. That makes no fucking sense, right? Token, 4 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Becoming widely regarded as the worst social media site for our mental health, with 400 million Instagram users now feeling unattractive, leading to the term Instagram reality.
So there's actually, I don't know if he's going to go into this in this video, but there's so much research that's been done on this. Instagram is one of the leading causes for young girl suicide. And this is not even contested within the psychological space. Young girls are committing suicide because of Instagram. Because whenever young girls get their phones, the first thing they start doing is uploading pictures of themselves to Instagram. And then, of course, the likes come in. Now, it's great if you're one of the girls that's getting, 400 likes. That means you're popular, everyone likes you, you're obviously beautiful. But if you don't get 400 likes, this is now available for everyone, right? Everyone can see that you only got a small amount of likes. And that means that you're not very popular. So you're basically being told every single day on Instagram that you're not beautiful, you're not hot, you're not what people want to see. And that is just wrecking young girls. Congratulations on being born. Don't go spending it all at once. Van Onkerton, thank you very much, dude. I really appreciate that. I'm rich now, bitch.
Going mainstream. And of course, this has resulted in skyrocketing levels of depression, anxiety, and eating.
I do have to say, though, I think there is one app on the internet that within the next decade we will find out is far, far worse than Instagram. Can you guys guess which app that is? The number one worst app on the internet. No, not TikTok. I don't see TikTok as being a problem. No. OnlyFans. OnlyFans is going to destroy so many goals, and it's not even funny. It's well, it might be a website. It might. I mean, it's a social media platform, right? So whether it's a website, whether it's an app, doesn't really matter. But it is the one thing that is going to ruin so many lives, and there's such a simple reason why. So OnlyFans comes around, and it makes it easier than ever for girls to basically become porn stars, right? In the past, if you wanted to be a porn star, you had to know someone in that industry, or you had to travel to, I don't know, like California or Los Angeles or Las Vegas or someplace like that where you could get into porn, right? And you had to deal with the lifestyle that came with porn, which is not a nice lifestyle. It is a lifestyle filled with drugs, filled with horrible people. Those girls really don't have the most glamorous of lives. It's interesting that people like Jenna Jameson, who used to be one of the biggest porn stars in the world, is now one of its biggest detractors, warning young girls about the dangers of porn and why it's so fucking bad for us. OnlyFans comes around and it basically tells young girls, hey, you know, you can make a living, you can make actually you could make stupid amounts of money, which is also not true, FYI. So I literally just saw this data yesterday. Did you guys know that 80% of all the money on OnlyFans is made by only 33% of all creators? The average subscriber number for girls on OnlyFans is 30. Only 30 subscribers. 30 subscribers at what, maybe $5 to $10 a pop? You're not making a living. However, you are taking the exact same amount of risks as every other girl, right? Even the big girls. You're uploading videos and pictures of yourself to the internet. That is forever, by the way. Those pictures are not going away. Those pictures are not going to disappear. They're going to be there forever. And I don't judge people for doing that. I want to be very clear. If you want to do that, if that is your choice, hey, more power to you. I'm not going to stand in your way. But when you're young, you tend to be stupid. Right? You tend to make stupid decisions. I know. I was young once. I made very stupid decisions. The difference was that the stupid decisions I made had very little consequences, mainly because they weren't forever. They weren't captured on the internet. No one would know about them forever. It was effectively a sort of a stupid moment in time that sort of just went away at the end of it, right? This is a stupid moment in time where a lot of girls are getting sucked into this world of it's okay to do porn. You know, it's a perfectly valid career choice and you're going to make a lot of money. Now, I'm not saying that doing porn is wrong. I'm not saying that you're not allowed to do it. But you also have to understand the second you make porn, and this goes for guys and girls. Let's use guys because it's a much less sort of explosive topic. Let's say you're a guy, right? And you have an OnlyFans that you jerk off on every day, right? And you let people see your dick. What percentage of women do you think will immediately exclude you from their dating pool? Just as a guess. How many women do you think will immediately just be like, nah, fam, we good, but we're not going? Like, you and I, this is a non-starter for me. Why? Well, because eventually you need to be introduced to my parents. You know, this is gonna be a thing for the rest of your life. You were a porn star. Those pictures are gonna be out there. Our kids might one day see those pictures. I don't want to. I don't want to deal with any of that. The same is true for most men. I'm almost willing to bet that the vast majority of men would probably not be okay with dating an OnlyFans girl. Like, maybe having sex with an OnlyFans girl, having fun with an OnlyFans girl, but marriage? Again, you run into those issues. This girl is going to meet your parents, going to meet your friends, your family. Someone might see something. I mean, this is going to be super awkward, right? What about your kids? What happens if your kids come home one day from school crying, telling you that they saw a picture of their mum doing things that she wasn't supposed to do, right? So I'm not saying all girls. There might be girls that's perfectly okay with that and doesn't mind at all. But I do think there's going to come a time where a lot of these girls on OnlyFans are going to turn around and be like, what the fuck have I done? What have I done? Not all. Some girls will be perfectly fine with it, but I do think that, mark my words, in the next decade, everyone's going to be talking about OnlyFans and the horror that OnlyFans has become within society. 90% of men, though. I'd say, though, 40% of women. I think it's higher. I think it's higher for women. I'm pretty sure you're correct on the main part, but I think it's higher for women. Grimfield, how you doing, bro?
Disorders, with Instagram even admitting that the app is, quote, harmful for a sizable percentage of teens. All of this, and yet Instagram is now planning to release a version of the app for children under the age of 13. So what's behind the change in the app? What made Instagram so toxic? Well, once you understand how Zuckerberg manipulated Instagram and his co-founders for personal
I can't help it, but this guy just looks fucking evil, doesn't he?
gain, you start to understand the bigger picture of what Instagram really means for Facebook's future and what this means for us. And trust me, in the next 5 years, it's gonna get bad. But to understand why, we need to go back to where it all started. Kevin and Mike were seemingly normal kids with an affinity for coding. Although little is public about Mike's early life, Kevin, on the other hand, was particularly destined to work in tech. His parents were both from a corporate tech background, and Kevin spent much of his childhood gaming and designing his own levels. This early interest led him to study management science and engineering at Stanford, and it was at Stanford that Kevin Systrom would meet his fellow co-founder, Mike Krieger. During his studies, Kevin was exceptional, being accepted into the highly selective Mayfield Fellows program, where he would take part in an internship program at startup companies. One of these startup companies he would work at was called Odeo, later known as Twitter. However, Kevin Systrom would only
I didn't
leave
know
after a
Twitter
few
was
months,
called
but not
Odeo.
until he made essential connections with Twitter's founders. It was these sorts of newfound connections in Silicon Valley that also meant he would cross paths with Mark Zuckerberg. He was actually offered a job at Facebook, but declined the offer to instead study photography in Italy, which, to make clear, meant that Kevin Systrom had narrowly avoided jobs at two of the biggest tech companies. He had no idea on the missed potential, and instead of making billions, he would cash his chips in on studying photography instead. Something that would actually surprisingly pay dividends later on. And over the next few years, Kevin would work for a few different tech companies. He even spent some time working at Google, but his passion still lay in building something of his own.
Yes, it's my birthday today. It's the 15th, so thank you very much for all the well wishes and stuff. But yeah, it is my birthday.
It would seem like Kevin had missed the boat, turning down 3 separate dream jobs. We're talking about 2006, the time that Facebook, Twitter, Google were all just
He could have been
blowing up,
rich.
and yet Kevin missed all of these opportunities. But what he would do next would more than make up for this. And so, following his passion, Systrom would want to compete
Desmond,
with all
thank you
these
very much.
companies
I really
he worked
appreciate
at.
that, guys.
But his first foray into entrepreneurship wasn't really a success by any means. His first business would be simple. Kevin would reconnect with his Stanford friend Mike, who was a professional software engineer. The two would then work together to build an app called Bourbon. Bourbon was a sort of check-in app, where users could post updates on where they had been and attach pictures. But this was more Kevin's hobby.
Oh shit, Token with the 3 community subs, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Can I have some hearts in chat, please, ladies and gentlemen? It's pretty cool, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that.
this wasn't solving any problems. The market didn't need it, they didn't want it. And so the app failed to gain any traction, all to Kevin's dismay, because at the same time he was watching Facebook, Twitter, Google all rapidly take off, and he was left with nothing. And so after talking to some users, the co-founders would discover that people didn't really care about the check-in features or most of the other features of the app. Instead, people only exclusively used the photo sharing part of the app. However, because of the way that Mike and Kevin had built the app and its design, investors were still impressed, with investors actually pouring up to $500,000 into the app, $25,000 of which coming from Kevin's former boss, Jack Dorsey. But even with this cash injection, Bourbon was destined to be dead in the water. An app with 500,000 backing only had 100 users, with most of the users only preferring the photo sharing technology anyway. Kevin was faced with a crisis. What was next for the company? If this failed, he would lose all his reputation and the connections that came with it. He would be an embarrassment. All the opportunities he missed for this, the founders were now faced with a very hard choice. Should they preserve their current idea or throw it all away and start again from scratch? Considering the fact that pretty much no one's heard of Bourbon, it should be obvious what route they went down. But on this next venture, they would learn from their mistakes. Instead of trying to find a use for the current technology itself, they would instead find a problem that needed to be solved first. And so the pair worked on what Bourbon did best, the mobile photo sharing. At the time, the current way that people were sharing photos online was just full of problems. The main one being that uploading a photo would just take ages. And so the founders would solve this problem by beginning the process much earlier than other apps. Instead of starting the upload process as the last step, Instagram would instead start uploading the photo much sooner, which would lead to much quicker upload times. However, the biggest problem they would solve is that mobile pictures just didn't look very good. So the founders would come up with multiple solutions for this. First, they shrank the photos down to a much smaller square resolution, making photos look good on any phone, meaning photos on Instagram just seemed way more focused. This even helped with the upload problem. Smaller photos meant smaller files, which meant quicker uploads. However, Kevin and Mike's other solution for the poor quality problem was their most ingenious yet. They would build photos into the new app, letting anyone give their photos a professional touch. And after 8 weeks of all this hard work, the app was ready for release in 2010. The only thing they needed now was a new name, and they decided on Instagram. Within days of Instagram's release, it was immediately clear that all their
7 months, part of the DG Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, sir.
Innovation had paid off. Instagram was a smash hit. People absolutely loved it. On December 12th, 2010, Instagram had gained 1 million.
I remember it took me almost 2, maybe 3 years after Instagram became a thing to actually install Instagram. I just kept going, why would anyone care about this fucking app? It's pictures. Who gives a shit? Right? And then everyone I knew sort of started transferring from Facebook to Instagram because, I don't know, people preferred it. And I was like, okay, let's go check this out. And to be fair, I still don't use Instagram all that often, but I do have it. And I would say that it's the one app that doesn't drive me absolutely fucking nuts. Whereas Twitter, if you've been on my Twitter in the last few days, you would understand, right? Paranoid Pixie, how you doing? Holy shit. Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know already, Paranoid Pixie is a fellow South African streamer. I believe she plays mostly first-person shooters, but maybe other games as well. I'm not entirely sure. So if you're into FPS and want to see people pew other people, absolutely give her a follow. We raided her once, so go ahead and do that. Alcatraz, how you doing, fam? 2 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My BDAY so far, filled with load shedding. Filled with load shedding, Paranoid. How's your day? Oh, shit. Token with the gifted sub, man. Really appreciate that. Thank you, fam. So, yeah, I guess Instagram is a lot bigger than what I care about. Mainly what I use Instagram for is hot chicks. There's so many hot fucking women on Instagram, bro. It's a good place to go look, It's a good place to scroll through and go, fuck. So I guess that's why most guys are on Instagram. I don't know. Are there any of you that's on Instagram for the aesthetic or whatever?
In active users just 2 months after its release. And of course, this crazy growth was then supplemented by even bigger investments. The company raised $7 million in funding in early 2011, with this funding coming from a wide variety of people. Some came from venture capital firms like Benchmark Capital, and others were the Instagram founders' connections from Silicon Valley, with Jack Dorsey being a notable investor. This whole deal would eventually value Instagram at about $25 million. Not bad considering it was only released about half a year ago, but this amount was pennies compared to what Instagram would become. Now that Instagram had established itself and was gaining thousands of users every day, heads were starting to turn. Kevin and Mike were courting offers from numerous companies to buy Instagram, and the day-to-day work didn't pause for these deals either. Instagram required
Blasphemous. Blasphemous. If there was a mod year, I would time you out for at least 600 seconds. What the fuck are you talking about? The articles, right? Yeah, sure, fam. Yeah, I'm there for the intellectual discussion as well, because Instagram is just a place dripping with people willing to share their intellect, right? Get fucked, bro. No one is on Instagram for the intellectual stimulation. Stimulation is very much part of the equation of Instagram, but it's not intellectual. Blasphemous Crow, how you doing, fam? Articles on gentlemen's special literature. It's more like a special interest site, you know? It was the best ride ever. So many people actually followed and stayed. Can't thank you enough. Hey, it's my absolute pleasure. And thanks for entertaining the DJ Nation. They seem to have enjoyed it. So I'm very happy to hear that. Instagram has less fake news and drama than Facebook. I haven't used Facebook in forever. All right, to be fair. I've pretty much always hated Facebook. The only place that I sort of care about at the minute is Twitter, but that's just because I get to argue with a lot of stupid people on Twitter. So I kind of like that. But sometimes the stupid people on Twitter really get me fucking down.
Required constant attention, especially because the founders didn't want to use an algorithm out of fear that it would be exploited. Instead, Instagram's small team of 12 would have to manually choose which photos were promoted on the platform.
Thank you,
Whilst
bro.
this was a stressful task, it ensured a certain level of quality on Instagram's homepage, and this hard work was paying off for Instagram massively. It seemed like the app had just unlimited potential. Firstly, the app had massive growth numbers. In June of 2011, around 8 months after its launch, Instagram had amassed 5 million users, which were going to be 10 million just 2 months after. Instagram's growth was then further boosted by endorsements from some massive names. Justin Bieber and Ariana Grande were early adopters, and they would bring their millions of fans to the platform. Because of this, Instagram was becoming the king of Silicon Valley. Instagram was now posing a major long-term threat to the giants of big tech, namely Twitter and Facebook, which is why it did seem likely that Twitter would buy Instagram, considering Jack Dorsey's personal connections with the founders, along with his substantial investments in the company, which is what made it all the more surprising when Facebook bought Instagram for $1 billion.
See, this is where I disagree with his original statement. The founder wanted to make an app that was wholesome and good, and yet he goes on to sell his app to Internet Satan. The fuck do you equate those two ideas with each other? Like, how? What? I don't understand it. I don't care how much money. If your true intention was to make a wholesome, good app, you don't then go ahead and sell it to a guy that has zero moral values. Like, zero. Mark Zuckerberg has no moral compass, no principles whatsoever. The dude is fucking nuts, bro. And thank God for the Twitter files coming out from Elon. You know, the shit that he's releasing now. Just finding out just how much of a scumbag Mark Zuckerberg and Twitter and all those companies actually are. It's ridiculous, bro. And then, yeah, he goes to sell it to that company. How? None of this makes sense to me, man.
In early April of 2012. But why did the founders choose Facebook over all the other suitors? Well, it's all down to the deal they got. The most important part of the deal was that Instagram would stay largely independent of Facebook, despite becoming a subsidiary. Facebook would also give Instagram large amounts of funding and would help them grow their business. Systrom and Krieger would also stay as CEO and CTO respectively, enabling the company to be uninhibited in its growth. On top of this, the pair would make hundreds of millions from the deal. They would never
that
need
makes
to work
a bit more
another day in
sense,
their
but
lives.
that doesn't
Systrom
seem
alone
to
is
be
estimated
true
to have made
anymore.
a cool $400 million in cash. And early on, Facebook were good with their promises. Numerous new features were quickly added to the app, like video sharing and photo tagging, as both of these concepts were already in Facebook's interface and were likely funded through the deal. However, all of this didn't come without a big cost. At the time of the deal, there weren't really any concerns about Facebook gaining a monopoly, but Instagram and Facebook have an incredibly similar platform. This, coupled with the immense growth of Instagram, should have raised at least a few alarms. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg and Jack Dorsey could see the real threat Instagram was posing to the social media space. However, the regulators somehow approved the acquisition without a second thought.
Not some. Oh my god. The regulators didn't somehow approve the deal. It's obvious. Especially if you've, I don't know, like, it doesn't matter what political leaning you have, right? I don't give a fuck, as most of you know. I don't care if you're left or right. That shit bores the fuck out of me. Especially as someone that believes you're all wrong for being on whichever side you are on. But it's obvious. Have you seen, like, is there anyone here that don't know what the Twitter papers are? How much money Facebook paid those regulators? It's not money. It's not money, mental fan from hell. It's control. So if you go through the Twitter papers, you find out that the White House and the government at large have a direct connection. Like, they have a special channel that they can use to basically inform Twitter to remove certain posts, to block certain posts, to shadow ban certain posts. The same is true for Facebook. So they have these special channels set up that allows them to effectively suppress or boost information depending on what is required. The FBI has their own page, the CIA have their own page, where they, like, their own channels where they can influence. And this is not conspiracy. This is not sort of in the realm of, oh, you know, okay, yeah, Alex Jones, whatever. This is confirmed, right? This is actually within the Twitter papers. We've seen the emails between the White House. And by the way, it's not just Biden's White House. Trump did the same thing. Like, Trump's White House also fucking told Twitter to take shit down and leave certain things up. So it's not like anyone is innocent in this. Everyone played this game. Which, the interesting thing about that is we always hear that if you get banned off of a platform, right, or if the platform decides they don't want you to post something and so they shadow ban the post, that's not an infringement of free speech, because free speech specifically applies to the government not being allowed to take away your ability to speak. But the Twitter files fully show that no, in fact, it was the government that would ask Twitter to sort of stop certain pieces of speech of getting out there, you know, by shadow banning it or suppressing it or whatever the case may be. So that is an infringement of your First Amendment right, you know, to speak. 100%. That is an infringement of your rights. So it's all about control. That's why the regulators didn't step in. The thing is, if you have only a few companies that control all of social media, it's much easier to exert control than it is if every single social media platform is its own thing. This is why I believe Facebook was allowed to buy up Instagram, was allowed to buy up Snapchat or whatever the fuck it's called. And I think they own a couple of others as well. They were allowed to do it because more social media platforms under a single umbrella just means that they can basically wholesale determine what we get to see and what we do not get to see. So it's an infringement which was hidden beneath layers of schemes. How US government like of them? Yeah, true, right?
Legal battles are still raging to this day about whether Facebook has a monopoly on social media. And we haven't even mentioned Facebook's ownership of WhatsApp, let alone the concept of the metaverse. Regardless, we'll get to these problems later in the video. But in the years after the acquisition in 2012, Instagram's growth would only continue to soar, hitting 50 million users in just 3 weeks after the acquisition, which would then rise to 100 million less than a year after that. But with this huge growth was also huge controversies that would mar Instagram's reputation.
Jaybird, how you doing, fam? Thank you so much. I'd really appreciate that. I'm not staying long, but I just wanted to spread some love and positivity your way and wish you a happy stream. Much love and respect for you, fam, and I hope all is well. Stay positive, stay beautiful. I love you, and I hope you have a great day, brother. Love you too, man. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that, fam.
First, under Facebook, Instagram would update its terms of service, letting itself sell users' photos without paying the user or even telling them about it, which meant that Instagram now owned the millions of photos uploaded every day. And this was the first of the many sinister changes that came from Facebook's acquisition. But one issue had nothing to do with Facebook, and that was crime on Instagram. Just a year after Instagram's release, the platform was inundated with self-advertising drug dealers. As stupid as it sounds to broadcast your crimes on the internet, the lack of oversight from Instagram made being caught very unlikely. Image recognition technology was still very primitive, and Instagram had too few employees to monitor all of its millions of posts. In fact, back in those early years, there were only 13 employees running the entire site. This meant that the founders were almost powerless to stop the wave of crime on their own platform. They did try some half measures, like banning the hashtags related to drugs and drug dealing. However, these bans were easily circumvented. The criminals just made new hashtags instead. Another problem that the founders were facing was that these criminals' posts would often pop up in users' recommended feeds. And as these drug posts were often targeted towards teens, young people's feeds were always the worst affected. When asked about this in 2013, an Instagram spokesperson stated that, quote, "People can't buy things on Instagram. We are simply a place where people share photos and videos." And because of this attitude, nothing's changed. The consequences of this were then documented in a Vice documentary from 2021, which detailed how money launderers fish for victims through Instagram with posts advertising fast and easy money. Once desperate people take the criminals' money, they are often manipulated into riskier and riskier schemes, which often results in the victims going to prison, or worse, being caught by other criminals. Because when the banks do catch on and freeze the money, the victims often end up owing thousands to organized criminal groups. There's been a flurry of articles written just this year describing how easy it is to find these schemes. The watchdog Tech Transparency Group reports that drug hashtags are recommended to users as young as 13 years old. In testing, they found that one new teen account they made only needed 2 taps to find an account advertising Xanax and fentanyl. Although this is a long-term problem that's affected Instagram since its inception. But these sorts of problems would never stop its growth, and after the Facebook deal was closed, Instagram did seem to be
I've never seen a post like that, have you?
First, Instagram had near full autonomy to develop into a social media giant, with the founders being free to do as they want with the platform. However, this of course wouldn't be the case forever. You see, Kevin Systrom had earlier stated in 2012 that there weren't any plans to turn photos into ads, but then just 1 year later, Facebook had forced sponsored posts onto the platform. This then came with a plethora of other advertiser-friendly changes, like letting advertisers see analytics on their posts. Now, the founders never really wanted to spam their site with ads, but Facebook did. Facebook needed to make Instagram profitable, which on the surface would sound reasonable, but eventually this would have dire consequences for the platform, consequences that were bubbling under the surface. But on the surface, everything did seem to be going great. Instagram was becoming profitable, and by the summer of 2016, Instagram had amassed 500 million users. However, inside the company was a conflict brewing, as this huge influx of users was both a blessing and a curse for the founders. Whilst it must have felt amazing to see the product you worked so hard on become a worldwide phenomenon, this newfound size would also bring its own new problems. Because Instagram was getting dangerously close to outshining Facebook. Instagram was actually getting to a point that it was threatening Mark Zuckerberg's baby, which is why other social media integration was then stripped away from Instagram, with solely Facebook being promoted instead. And in the following years, Facebook would continue to undermine Instagram's independence, with Zuckerberg forcing the founders to put more advertising on the platform, even though this was something the founders completely disagreed with, because until now, Instagram had only allowed specific brands to advertise on the platform. This highly created choice of adverts was user-friendly and in keeping with Instagram's brand. However, Facebook's system was much more profitable, which allowed the highest bidder to place whatever ads they wanted on the website, which would inevitably lead to lots of ugly, flashy adverts that would plague the platform, not to mention compromising Facebook's algorithms. For the founders, this was unacceptable. It completely conflicted with Instagram's focus on minimalism and quality, and this was just one of the many problems that were now bubbling away underneath the surface. Civil war was brewing.
Fucking civil war. Holy shit.
A quick word from our sponsor, Honeygain. Passive income might sound too good to be true, but this isn't the case with today's sponsor, Honeygain. Honeygain is a magical app that makes you money just for keeping it running in the background. But how does Honeygain work? Well, all you need to do is install Honeygain on your device and run the app. That's it. You're making money by simply sharing your internet connection. And to be clear, the app doesn't collect any personal data. Instead, it uses the internet to gather bits of information from the web, such as who's offering the best prices or where fake goods are being sold online. Your internet connection is then used by businesses that need to gather public web data, such as pricing information. Because, for example, best deal sites need to compare prices from different regions, and that's where Honeygain comes in. Honeygain is like the Google of web monitoring for companies. And just by sharing this information, you'll passively make money. Now hear me out, this won't cover your living expenses. influencers, but it can get you a free Netflix or Spotify subscription every month. Or if you want to be extra fancy, you can gain access to my YouTube membership. And now you can boost your
sounds a
earnings with
little
Honey Gain's new mode
too good to be true,
You'll be able
no?
to tip your toes into the crypto world and receive 50% more, cash out when you want, no limits on that. So don't wait any longer and sign up to Honey Gain today by using my special promo code MOON to get your first $5. Or simply download the app by following my special link in the description below. Now back to the video. Instagram's culture has slowly been morphing into a parody of itself. I mean, filters were built into the app from its inception, and they're still a huge part of making your photos better looking. However, it's also becoming very common for people to enhance their photos in other less honest ways. Photoshopping was and still is everywhere on the platform. In fact, it's become so widespread that the term Instagram reality is very widely used nowadays. There's even a subreddit dedicated to exposing it going by the same name, and it has over 1 million subscribers. And you see, it isn't just photoshopping though. Instagram is full of people presenting a false idyllic life. And if
See, that's something that we didn't even discuss at the start of this video. So I think for everyone, so before we get to sort of like why this is especially dangerous to young girls, but just for everyone, when you scroll through Instagram, you constantly see these people that's in every country, right? So people just traveling the world and seeing everything. Those people never tell you that the reason they're able to do that is because they get sponsored. They get paid obscene amounts of money in order to travel the world and basically sell a lifestyle that that everyone cannot have, because those people aren't going to sponsor everyone to travel the world, right? They're only sponsoring people that, will actually allow more people to see them and use them and so that they can make money. So not everyone's going to be able to live that life. Then I feel like the other part of this, which probably very specifically deals with men to the point where men are actually on the site, is this the fitness Instagram side of things. I don't know if you guys have seen that. But there's like a massive movement in terms of fitness, right, on Instagram, which I feel like, again, does so much fucking harm for young men, because they see these guys that are ripped to shreds, right, selling all manner of supplements and training exercises and shit, and none of those guys ever admit that, oh yeah, and also I have a shit ton of steroids shot up right into my dick hole, right? So I have a drip that feeds straight into my balls of testosterone. They never say that. They're like, oh yeah, this is fully natural. You too can have an 8-pack, and you can have, pecs that fucking could kill a small bird or whatever. And young men specifically see this shit, and they believe that they too should at least be able to look like that. And then, of course, for young girls, it is so much worse, because I don't know when's the last time I've seen a picture on Instagram that wasn't heavily photoshopped, right? Had the blemishes removed, sort of fixed up the makeup. Of course, the makeup is also done to the T on every single one of those pictures. And it sort of sells this idea of beauty that very few girls can actually attain with, right? Can contend with. Not very many girls are going to reach that level of beauty. And, well, it's causing havoc. We're seeing it. Suicide rates among young girls have doubled, right, since the advent of social media. Young boys are doing worse in terms of actual suicides, but it's getting to a very problematic point for young girls. It might not be a scam, just on the basis that they don't offer ridiculous sums. Certainly sassy though. Van Ankerston, who's that?
If these tricks don't catapult you
Oh,
to
you mean
Instagram
the
fame,
honey
you can
thing?
even buy a fake audience.
I don't know.
As most of us know by now, it's incredibly easy to buy bot accounts as followers. Even celebrities do it.
Oh,
Happy
shit.
Birthday. Gotta go. Have
Paranoid.
an amazing Steam smile.
Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Really appreciate that. And have a wonderful day. I really appreciate it. Remember, once again, guys, go follow Paranoid Pixie if you haven't already. Shazar, how you doing, bro? Thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
It's estimated that Ariana Grande has over 65 million fake followers. All of these deceptions are aggregating into a massively unrealistic standard on Instagram. And the sad fact is that it doesn't really matter anymore that people are catching on to this.
Ek waardeer dit, Paranoid. Jy moet lekker dag hê.
Even when you use the app and you understand that it's fake, it still massively affects your mindset and your mental health. If you're one of Instagram's 500 million regular users, then you'll always be bombarded with unattainable standards every single day, which leads to you subconsciously comparing your life to other people's perfect fake manufactured lives. Although this doesn't affect every single person in the exact same way, it is a proven effect. Out of the 5 major social media sites that young people use, Instagram is always rated as the worst for users' mental health. All of this due to Instagram.
Sup, Apocalypse? How you doing, bro? 40 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate that, bro. Thank you. Oh, and I'll send payment after stream. Load shedding's just been kicking my ass to the point where I don't know what the fuck is happening around me, Apocalypse, so I kind of lost track of time.
Instagram's toxic culture of perfectionism. And what makes this so much more disturbing though is that Facebook has been intentionally ignoring these problems, both on Instagram and on Facebook itself. For example, in late 2021, an internal presentation for Instagram and Facebook employees was leaked. The contents of this presentation and its implications were shocking. The presentation doesn't just show that Instagram is harmful to young people, but also that Facebook has done detailed research on its effects. One of the most damning statements it makes is, quote, Instagram is harmful for a sizable percentage of teens, particularly teenage girls. This was then backed up by graphs and figures which show just how deep this problem goes. 40% of teens found that Instagram made them feel unattractive, and nearly 30% of UK teens said that Instagram made them feel inadequate. The presentation also stated that teens know the awful effects that Instagram has, but felt compelled to use it anyway.
Well, you have to use it, right? Because everyone else is using it. All of your friends are using it. So if you don't use it, you're the weirdo, right? And you don't want to be judged. Dude, 40% of girls felt unattractive, felt inadequate as a result of this. Well, users, but most of them probably girls. Because their own study shows that it's mostly girls that's being harmed, or specifically girls that's being harmed through this. And I'll tell you now why Facebook is doing jack shit about it. Because the only thing that Facebook can do to fix it would also destroy Instagram's popularity. And do you think Facebook is just going to do that? Like, why would Facebook walk away from billions of dollars just to make sure that young people aren't feeling inadequate? They're not going to waste their fucking time on that. Of course not.
All because of Facebook's advanced addictive algorithms, trapping its users in a vicious cycle, where you end up searching for the next dopamine hit, where you start to feel left out and inadequate, only then to keep chasing the dopamine to get rid of this pain, chasing to see that you're not missing out today, that you might finally be doing better than others. And just like that, you're trapped in a virtual hamster wheel, and you didn't even realize it. It's all programmed by Facebook's advanced algorithms, and the best part is, this is affecting all of us. And what's even sicker is that this doesn't even bring enough profit for Facebook. No, they need to exploit even more of the population. They need to exploit the most vulnerable, which is why Facebook has been getting ready to release a version of Instagram for children under 13.
Jesus. Oh my God, bro. Please, if you're a parent, do not let your under 13-year-olds use this app. For the love of God, let your kids play outside. Let them just be normal until their brains are formed to the point where they can at least understand this. Dude, it's wild. When you look around you and everyone's taking pictures of themselves, everyone's taking selfies. You know, I remember growing up, and I'm not going to use my high school years as an example here, because mobile phones weren't a thing when I was in high school, not really. So I'll say when I was at uni, right, the first phones came out that had cameras and shit in it. Do you know how often you saw people on their phones way back in the day? Fucking never. Like, genuinely never. People would usually have their phones so that they could make a call if they really needed to find someone, or reach someone. But that was it, right? No one really had their phones ever with them. No one really took pictures. It was sort of like, who cares? You can't go anywhere now without seeing someone. Zaral, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that, and also for the happy wishes. I really appreciate it. Everywhere you go now, there's someone taking a selfie of themselves, and you know where that selfie's going. That selfie's going straight onto Instagram, in order to start getting likes and, become famous as an Instagram model or whatever. Um, Everything is turned into content. This is actually, I think, the more dangerous aspect of social media, in my opinion. It's gone from being a way for us to check in with each other to turning our entire lives into content, where everything should be content and everything can be content. And you, like normal people, can live like a rock star, right? You too can be a Hollywood actor. You too can be famous. Now, sure, if you have actual talent, not indicative of Hollywood today, but it used to be, if you had actual talent, you could sing or you could act, you'd be famous. It's not that you should look up to those people, but at least good actors, they have a talent. They're pretty good at it. If your only claim to fame is the fact that you have perky boobs and you kind of look okay, that's not much, right? You're not really contributing to the overall health of society or even making society better in any way, shape, or form. You just happen to be born with decent enough genes that people will find you beautiful. And the fact that everyone is chasing that is so bad for us. So bad. Because I can't remember when the study was done, but they went around and they asked children under the age of 13 what they wanted to be, and they compared it to answers that was given just 20 years prior. 20 years ago, the average answers that you would get from under 13s of what they wanted to be would be things like fireman, nurse, doctor, teacher, lawyer, shit like that.
Delayed by the leak
They did it, I think, like a year or two ago. The average answer that I think it was 2018, 2019. It was like 4 years ago at this point. But the average answer from kids under the age of 13 was Instagram model, YouTuber, and Twitch streamer. Well, not Twitch streamer, YouTuber, and Instagram model. Those were, Instagram was the highest. So most kids asked wanted to be Instagram models. And then quite a large percentage wanted to be YouTubers. I mean, I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm a YouTuber myself, right? And I'm a Twitch streamer, and I wouldn't call myself an Instagram model, but I do have pictures on Instagram, right? I don't think that this is necessarily a career that people should aspire to. At least not the majority of people should aspire to it. It's where the clowns that can't make it in the real world hang out, and that's exactly how we should be viewed, as fucking clowns. Because I think that's what we are. We're basically just paid entertainment. That's it. This sounds kind of sad. Now, every young child influenced by internet mostly. Zeral, yeah. Everyone is influenced by the internet, and everyone thinks that it's possible for everyone to be famous. The truth is, for every one Mr. Beast, there's millions of unknowns. People that have 10 subscribers and they'll never have more than 10. We see it on Twitch, right? Like, you see the top creators on Twitch, and it's what? It's less than 1% of the entire creator base. 99% of Twitch streamers stream for less than 3 people a day. 3 people. Less than. 99%. Your chances of making it on Twitch is zero. It's zero. And yet, the vast majority of young people dream about a life in social media. Even though that's an unattainable dream. It's like people dreaming that they're going to play for the NFL or they're going to be the next Roger Federer. That's a highly unlikely dream. And that's specifically not a dream that you should have for the majority of us. Here and there will be people that is absolutely talented enough and skilled enough that they can make it, but the vast majority of us simply cannot. You will never be that guy. No matter how hard you try, you're just not good enough. You're not fast enough. There's nothing that makes you special that someone else doesn't have in droves more than you. would probably be me if I ever tried streaming, because the requirements for being a successful streamer is hitting the specific niche people are looking for or be pulled up by another channel. It depends on how we view success. So I was watching Michael Malice, who I would say if I had like someone that I aspired to be, it would probably be Michael Malice. And he posed this really interesting concept. What is success? Like, what is success truly? What does it mean to be successful? And he basically said, go and walk, like take a walk through your local bookstore and look at the amount of absolute drivel that you will find there. The amount of books that is literally not worth reading. They're terrible books. They have terrible plot points, terrible writing, terrible story and storylines, and yet they're published. They made money. They're not rich, and obviously they're not going to be a New York bestseller, but they made money. They made a decent amount, actually. You don't have to be the next Michael Malice or Dan Brown or choose a million other writers, right? Dan Bennett. You don't have to be the next great writer, Hemingway. If you can make a living, if you can actually pay your bills, and you can lead a decent life, and you can find time to write and release a book, are you not successful? Because I'll be honest with you guys, this is a little personal, but fuck it, it's my birthday. Let's be personal for a bit. I've been going through like a wild few months, right? I've been going through a few months of really questioning my career decisions, my life choices, what I've done, where I am now. Because I sort of, I look at my life and I'm like, okay, I'm not poor, but I'm not rich either, right? I don't have enough money to retire anywhere near even. I don't have enough money to spend on frivolous bullshit or anything like that. If I want something, I have to really save up for it. And I've been thinking about like just saying, okay, and maybe it is time to find a proper job and just start thinking about my future, right? Like more than what I am now, because I have a retirement fund that I pay into every month. It's not much, but it is something. I have medical. I do take care of myself. I pay my bills. And then I watched this. I read an article about how are you doing financially versus your peers. And they basically said, so this is literally one of the first lines. They go, can you pay all of your bills every single month on time, mortgage, everything included, and then also have enough money left for food and, expenditures and things like that? I'm like, yeah, I can do that. And they go, congratulations. You are better off than almost 60% of people your age. And I was like, what? 60% of people between the ages of 25 and 45 still cannot pay all of their bills on time every single day. Like they have to, push some bills back in order to get a few, get some breathing room, and maybe next month I can pay my rent, but I can't pay it this month. And then next month I can't pay my car, but I can pay my rent, things like this. I can do all of those things. And then when you start putting life into that sort of category and you look at your life, you go, I'm fine. Sure, I'm not rich, but I'm fine. I don't stress about money. I don't live my life thinking, oh my God, where's my money going to come from? Would I want to be rich? Of course. Do I need to be rich? No. As long as I have a few viewers that enjoys hanging out with me, and I have a few people that watch my YouTube videos, that's fine. It's all you really need. Zeral, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome officially to the channel. Sadly for me, being successful as a streamer would be a lot more because of medical bills, etc., even though I can't complain if I compare my medical bills with US medical bills. True, Metal Fan from Al, but then again, I don't think you should try to be in social media if your goal is to like make money, because like I already explained, most people on this platform do not make money.
Of this presentation, otherwise it would have probably been released. Even though Facebook does know that Instagram is very unsafe for teenagers, Facebook knows that social media is the new smoking, which is why this move clearly shows that Facebook doesn't care one bit about its users. They only paused the release of the Kids app because of the backlash. And once that dies down, I'm sure we'll see Instagram Kids release soon after. Soon enough, even your toddlers will be on Instagram, if they're not already addicted to TikTok. It was Facebook's aggressive, money over everything push for more control that finally broke the two Instagram co-founders. The straw that eventually broke the camel's back was Facebook's stifling of Instagram's growth. Because to Facebook, it was becoming very clear that Instagram was poised to overtake Facebook in pretty much every metric. Zuck's worst fears were coming to life. Their biggest fears and the reason they bought Instagram was now manifesting, which was evidently enough to keep Mark Zuckerberg up at night with jealousy and resentment. So Facebook actually made the decision to limit the amount of new employees that Instagram could hire, all because they didn't want to hurt Zuck's dying baby. This would then put a massive damper on the company's growth. It simply wouldn't be possible for Instagram to accommodate new users with a small team of staff, which in some ways is actually a good thing, but for Instagram's internal team, this meant that they were always constantly overworked. This and all the other changes that Facebook was doing to the company led to the resignation of both the co-founders. It was never publicly stated why Kevin and Mike chose to leave Instagram. However, leaked documents.
He owns the platform. Why would he mind the fact that the platform's doing well? He's making money. Man, Mark Zuckerberg is the weirdest fucking guy ever.
Documents showed that Systrom suspected that Zuckerberg was intentionally making his life miserable to try and push him out, all because Zuck wanted full control of Instagram. He didn't want Systrom running the company anymore. This was his plan all along. And so when the pair abruptly left the company, it was the final nail in Instagram's independence. Their unique vision for the company had been the key to its success. And whilst their departure left the Instagram team aimless, this wouldn't last for very long. Facebook
Meta isn't going to work, Van Onkerton. I don't know how to break this to, to the Zuck, but Meta's not working. No one gives a shit. No one wants to go to meetings in the virtual world or whatever the fuck. No one cares about this. We tried to do this during COVID, and people went fucking nuts. People just want to get out of the house. Sometimes it's kind of nice, to see other people and to hang out with other people. And no matter how much time you spend online, there is a point where it's kind of nice to just get out of the house and spend some time with normal, actual people, being able to smell the roses and shit. Where, the metaverse is never going to fucking offer that. It's not possible. It's just never going to happen. But Mark seems to live in this wild world where this is what we all want. We want to live in a world where we're just constantly in this fake universe that isn't real, that has shit graphics, by the way, like absolute shit graphics, and yet somehow that's fine.
Facebook and Zuckerberg were quick to consolidate their control of the app. It soon became clear that Instagram was to become a mere extension of Facebook. As if to rub salt in the wound, Instagram was even
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Stay as you are, and thanks for all the content. It is my absolute pleasure, and changing would be too much effort, gentlemen. So, what you see is what you get, right? New year, same cunt. I'm sorry. If anyone was hoping this is the year that Akalon grows up and, starts doing responsible shit, you are fucking wrong, and also in the wrong place.
Rebranded into Instagram from Facebook. With Facebook's takeover of Instagram completed, there would of course be immediate consequences. Firstly, Facebook moved Instagram completely onto their ad model. This would then open the floodgates to data collection and data harvesting, causing Instagram to be filled to the brim with adverts. And these adverts would be fueled on Instagram's new data collection model, which leads us on to the second change that Facebook was quick to make, and this was to apply their uniquely awful data collection policy to Instagram. By doing this, it would only take 1 year after the founders left for Facebook to land in hot water for the treatment of their user data, with the whole scandal culminating in a $5 billion fine. And then not long after this, a massive data leak at Instagram led to over 49 million users having their...
Okay, dude, this is how you know that all of this is a fucking scam. Like, all of it is a scam. Firstly, do you guys remember when Congress had Facebook and Twitter and YouTube execs in front of him? All the execs were sitting there and basically lying straight up, like full-blown fucking lies, where I mean, they would ask Dreneman, holy shit, with a 10 community subs. Ladies and gentlemen, can I go to my hearts in chat? I really appreciate that, Dreneman. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just straight up, they'd be asked questions and they would just, like, lie to the congressmen's faces and nothing would happen. Then the FTC steps in and they slap them with a $5 billion fine. That's no fucking money. Facebook doesn't care. $5 billion, that's easy cash. That's easy cash. Where's the jail time? Isn't it illegal to lie to Congress? Like, genuine question. Is it illegal? Are you allowed to lie to Congress? Because I'm pretty sure you get sworn in, right? Like, you offer sworn testimony to Congress, no? Because they usually go, was it your sworn testimony that this, and this is true? And they go, yeah, it was. I'm not sure. Like, why is there no jail time? Why are these people not being arrested? Why are they not being charged with anything? It just seems like all of this is for show. And I hate to say it, but it seems like it's the Republicans putting on the show. The Democrats have completely embraced this. I mean, when all of these executives were pulled in, the Democrats had no problem with how the data was being used, how the sites were being manipulated. The Republicans were the ones sort of pretending to be outraged, and you could say, they're stealing the data and they're doing this. And then you had one fucking, like, there was that one old fuck that didn't even quite understand how the internet worked and all that shit. And then nothing happens because who gives a shit, right? They're just there. I'm more convinced than fucking ever. The Democrats play to the portion of Americans that sort of want the government in control, want the government to take care of them and do things for them and keep them safe and all the rest of it. And the Republican Party plays to the portion of America that wants to be free and sort of, don't want the government everywhere, but they work together, right? So the Democrats and the Republicans are one party. They just sort of appease both sides. So we sort of make it look like, oh my God, they're controlling us. Oh shit, we should do something about this. And then, all those voters that go, fuck the government, they're like, yeah, they're finally telling them. Look at how they're giving it to Mark Zuckerberg. And then you see these YouTube videos popping up, Mark Zuckerberg destroyed by ex-congressman or whatever the case might be, right? But then nothing happens. It just goes on as normal. No one goes to jail. No one gets sentenced. Nothing bad happens. And you just go, this is a farce. This is a joke. This is a joke, and we're the butt of it. Like, they're playing with us. And we're too stupid to realize that none of these people give a shit about us. Because they're getting paid by these fucking companies as well. The service is used by the government that much for control and infringement. They can't fuck up that relationship that much, because that would either leak their secrets or remove any potential usage for the government. True. I've been a pro wrestler in WWE back in 2005, 2006. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. Got tricked, lied to by a lady. She got pregnant and promised not to send me to court for child support. And because of the child support, I'd never make enough money to live on as a pro wrestler starting off. Now I just survive one day at a time and do the best I can. Adrenaline, life sucks, and I'm sorry that you went through that. But yeah, it is. It's good to know that you're continuing on. And just taking life by the balls and making the best of it. Yes, you are right, but the lobbyists are the ones who stepped in and gave the lighter sentences. Probably true. Zesharon, yeah, politics, that's how it works. I know, Rose Fox, that's what pisses me off, is that most people don't seem to realize this. People still go every single fucking 4 years and they make that X next to Turtle Boy's name. Turtle Boy is Mitch McConnell. For those of you, I call him Turtle Boy because he looks like a fucking turtle. I don't know why people vote for him, but people keep voting for him. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, they keep making those votes, and you just go, am I having a stroke? Why is no one angry about this? Like, why does no one seem to give a shit? Everyone thinks that this shit is normal. You have to really think about this. People will tell you, like, Rose Fox, nothing against you, right? I'm not calling you out or anything, yeah, that's politics. Everyone knows how it works. Isn't that the saddest thing, though? That we've reached this point in our existence where when politicians lie to us, we go, that's just politicians. The people with the most power in our societies are lying to us, and our reaction to it is, that's politics. What are you going to do? It's, like, shouldn't we be outraged by this? Like, shouldn't we be a little angry about this?
Info exposed. The attack showcased Instagram's completely neglectful treatment of the private data they had been taking from their users. The breach contained lots of different types of data: contact info, profile
it's a good
pictures,
idea.
even
Ross
locations
Fox,
were leaked,
very good
and
idea.
around 1 in 20 Instagram users were said to have been exposed. These leaks became all too common once Facebook had full control of Instagram, being a seemingly inevitable consequence of Facebook's policy of selling user data to third parties. But of course, Facebook isn't incentivized to change this policy either, because data is the core of Facebook. It's the one thing that led them to becoming a $1 trillion company. And breaches aren't the only problem with Instagram's misuse of data either. Again, in 2019, Instagram was exposed as having breached its terms of service after letting a marketing agency have access to data they said they'd keep private. The marketing agency had scraped data from millions of Instagram posts to create a detailed picture of its key demographic. Again, the data included people's biographical and location info, where they worked, and their interests. And what's even scarier is that Facebook is the only company that knows the full extent of their data harvesting. And this is why Facebook's growing monopolistic control over social media is a growing problem. This is what's so sinister about Facebook's constant expansion. I mean, we haven't even spoken about how Facebook is doing the exact same thing with WhatsApp as it did with Instagram. And let's keep in mind that by Facebook's constant control, it now has 3.5 billion users on all its platforms.
I don't think people understand just how dangerous this shit is. So I watched this documentary, which I think it was called Enter the Matrix, where basically it's a bunch of coders from Silicon Valley that started a movement called ethical programming, where they're effectively trying to force Silicon Valley tech companies to start playing by ethical rules. And the reason they want this is, the guys actually explain it. These platforms have created echo chambers, what you can commonly refer to as the Matrix, right? They've created these echo chambers. And when you're inside one of these echo chambers, the information that you get is run through so many filters before it gets to you that it effectively controls how you think and what you think is normal. So there's like wild shit that came out of this. They actually found, so these guys actually did the research and they went to really look at this in depth. If you live in California, right? Like, you live in California and you were to Google climate change, all of the articles that is presented to you would be how climate change is destroying the earth, how, we have 12 years left to live, the oceans are going to basically destroy Cali, and there's going to be no California left, and it's going to be just miserable, horrible, the absolute worst thing you can ever imagine. If you do the exact same thing in Texas, so you literally just Google climate change in Texas, now, just to be clear, they did this on control PCs. So these were PCs that had a first-time account, with the only variable being where it logged into the Google for the first time. So this wasn't like someone's laptop that they then used and someone else's account that they then used to search for this stuff. They took fresh PCs, fresh accounts created in these two states, and just Googled climate change on both of them. In Texas, it throws up all of the sites that shows you climate change is a hoax, climate change isn't real, 5 ways of why they're lying to you about climate change, and all the rest of it. The same words, all you Googled was climate change. From 2 separate areas in the world, you get 2 very different responses from Google. Google tells you that what you're presented with whenever you Google something is the most clicked on sources. Yet, how is it true that 2 different areas provide you with 2 different clicks? You see, it's very easy. These algorithms aren't designed to be evil. That's not really their purpose. Their purpose is to keep you and me on the internet as long as possible. This is how the algorithm works. So if we look at YouTube, for example, the videos that is presented on this side, right, on this video here, these videos on the side isn't there by accident. It's there because YouTube wants me to be on YouTube for longer. So they're hoping that by presenting these videos in this order, so they have crazy ending because they know I watch a lot of NFL highlights. So they have that right at the top because I'm very likely to click on NFL highlights. I watch pretty much every team's highlights every week. So they know that I'm most likely to click on that. Every single one of these videos is presented for a very specific reason at a very specific spot in order to ensure that I will be more likely to click and therefore stay on the site, because this allows them to collect more data as I keep clicking through the site. That's why when you Google in Texas climate change, the algorithm goes, right, most people that live in Texas do not believe in climate change. So if we gave them search results that showed them how bad climate change actually was, they're likely to close the site. I'm like, yeah, fucking propaganda, right? Social media companies. And in California, it's exactly the opposite. If we get, most people here believe climate change is real and it's going to destroy the earth. So we need to show them things that control for that bias so that they remain on the site for longer. Hopefully they click through and they read some articles about this. You see, because human beings, as soon as their core fundamental beliefs get challenged, we start to feel uncomfortable and we walk away from it. We don't want discomfort, and so if something happens that makes us feel uncomfortable, we usually click off it. The algorithms are very much aware of this, and so it creates these matrices where we're caught in an echo chamber that we cannot escape. So if you live in California, there's a high chance that all you see is how bad the earth is doing and how horrible climate change is. And if you live anywhere else in the world, you're probably seeing something completely different. But no one knows what the actual truth is, because the actual truth is hidden somewhere within the fucking variables of the matrix. And no one gets to the truth. And the problem is most people don't think about what they believe in that way. Most people don't question what they believe and say, okay, wait a second. I believe a lot of these things because Google fucking told me that I should believe it. But is what Google's saying actually true? Or is it what Google wants me to believe? Very few people do that sort of introspection and ask themselves those types of questions. I Google it now in Lithuania. Google says normal things about climate change, like why it's changing and what is it. Remember, you Googling it now would be influenced by your own account, Zerel. So based on things that you've searched in the past, based on things that you will search in the future, and stuff like that. So the algorithm has already been controlled for you. You're getting the exact results that you normally search for, which means you're probably like me. I don't believe in climate disaster. I also don't believe in climate change denying. I think climate change is real. I'm very open to learning more about it, and I like learning about it, but I'm very neutral on the overall effects of it. Sort of going, let's see what happens. Let's see how we can get to a better understanding of it, rather than buying into one or the other. You can find thousands of articles supporting and defending the same thing. True, Rose Fox, and that should actually bother us a little, no?
Platforms. No one has this much global control. This is unprecedented. This is something that emperors and kings across history have always wanted. So how is Facebook gaining so much control? Well, it's because Facebook addicts its users to the platforms. It's addicting society to their services. I mean, naturally, Facebook wants its users to engage as much as possible with the content on their sites. And it turns out that people are mostly engaged with things that spark negative emotions rather than positive ones. This means that Facebook is incentivized.
Grimfield, so there's a massive difference, and this is something that people don't understand. I believe in climate change. The climate has always been changing. There's been 23 ice ages in literally Earth's history that we can track. So there's probably been more that we haven't tracked. We know that there was an ice age about 12,500 years ago, right? And we know that about 500 years ago, there was a mini ice age. on Earth. So during the Middle Ages, there was actually a mini ice age. It wasn't as bad as a normal one, but it was there. So climate is always changing. Right now, we're in a period where the Earth is warming. And of course, with warming comes disasters. Of course, it's going to happen, right? Because it changes. It changes constantly. I'm of the belief that we need to come up with more technologies in order to keep people safe from this change. And of course, I believe we should try and clean up our fucking use cases. Why would we want to pollute things? I don't agree with pollution. I think if we can find greener ways of doing things, we should absolutely find those things. Because why wouldn't you? I don't want to live in a place where I'm breathing in fucking smog and just terrible things for me, right? I want to live with clean air. I want to be able to smell the air. I live very close to the ocean here, and it's very nice that if I walk out of my front door, I smell the ocean. I would hate if that smell was replaced by coal, right? Burning right next to my house. So of course, I don't want that, and no one wants that. So I'm sort of the kind of guy that I believe that as a society, it's imperative for us to find technologies to keep people safe. But I also think human beings are fucking stupid. I think the vast majority of people are stupid because if you look at the death rates, okay, so in 1930, between 1930 and 1920 and 1930, the amount of climate-related deaths per year was about 3 million. Right? 3 million people every year died because of climate-related disasters. That number is down to 7,000. Literally, last year, 7,000 people lost their lives due to climate-related disasters. So we are losing far fewer people due to climate-related disasters. What has gone up, though, is the damage that climate disasters cause in terms of money. So now, whenever you have a hurricane that hits, it destroys billions of dollars of property. Why? Because someone, right, reads and they go, oh, this place is called Hurricane Alley. What a nice place to build my mansion. Out of wood. Never mind the fact that it's called Hurricane Alley, and there's a lot of hurricanes that happen here because clearly this was named for the hurricanes that go through it. But I guess I'll build my house here, you know? Yeah, why not? $10 million mansion? Let's go. What could go wrong? Right? Of course, like, hurricanes go through there. That's why it's called Hurricane Alley. And if you have a fucking mansion that's built there, it's gonna get destroyed. That's just the nature of probability. You shouldn't be building there. That place clearly, like, nature is telling you, don't build here because I like to send my hurricanes through here. And humans are going, fuck it, let's go. We'll build something here. So the problem is that most human beings still have not learned that, because it's not like climate disasters come out of nowhere. Mostly all throughout Earth, you will find that there are specific places where climate disasters will consistently hit. Things like tsunamis, things like hurricanes, things like, what are those things that you guys get in the US quite often? Florida gets quite a few of them. Not hurricanes, but it is hurricanes. Yeah. Tornado Alley. It's called Tornado Alley. Sorry. So the places where hurricanes hit, places where tornadoes hit, places where earthquakes hit. Thank you, Rose Fox. We know where those things most likely will happen because they continuously happen in the same areas. It's nothing new. And by the way, if you look over the last, like, I think 50 years, the amount of hurricanes that's happened hasn't really increased. Oh, actually, no. When you look at the statistics over the last 100 years, it's not really increased. It's about the same amount of hurricanes that hit, about the same amount of tornadoes that hit, especially if you compare it to like the 1920s or 30s, I think. There was like a period of time where Florida was just being battered by hurricanes, and then they go away, right? It changes again and it sort of normalizes again. So these things fluctuate. You can have a 20-year span where a shit ton will hit, and then for the next 10 years, none will hit. It does happen. The problem is that as human beings, we keep building there. Like, you have this place that constantly gets hurricanes, and then constantly people go, fuck it, this is where I built my house, and I will continue building it here. And it doesn't matter that every few years a hurricane comes along and smashes it to bits. I'll just rebuild because fuck them. So, well, okay, at this point, you're just being stupid, right? Like, you're just continuously doing this, and it doesn't seem like you're learning. Why are you building here? Move. Fucking go live somewhere else, because this is ridiculous. We don't seem to learn this shit. Lunari, how you doing? Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Fahrenheit, how you doing, man? People don't think about the sun's output constantly changing, so that affects changes too. Well, everything affects it, right? That's the problem with climate change. It is a chaotic system. It's unpredictable as fuck. There's no way to predict how the climate is going to react to anything, right? Happy BDAY, bro. Hoop jy het 'n lekker koue gehou. Choke, thank you very much, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream, man. Grofar, how you doing, fam?
To promote content that sows division between people. This is why we've become so divided in society, all of which was confirmed by ex-Facebook employee Frances Horgan. However, even darker is that Facebook isn't just content with their dominance over social media. They're not stopping until they have the whole online world in their grasp. This is why Facebook has rebranded to Meta and is now so invested in the metaverse. With the world moving online at a faster rate every day, having control over a whole digital universe will extend Facebook's control by an order of magnitude. Because not only will Facebook control your screen life, but
Lunari, it is because of climate change. It 100% is. But it's climate change. It's not climate disaster. It's just climate change. The climate always changes. So I'll give you some of the most concrete evidence we have of this. If you go to Canada right now, 90% of Canadians live within 50 to 100 miles from the US border. Why? Because everywhere else is frozen hellhole. Everywhere else is tundras, frozen over, unlivable. The vast majority of Canada is just not livable space. Yet, when we actually go and we look at those tundras, we find evidence of it once being farmed, of settlements, people who once lived there. So this tells us something. It wasn't always frozen over. There was a time where it was green, where it wasn't completely frozen, which suggests that the Earth is always changing. You know, it goes through changes. Things happen. We, for example, have a desert here in South Africa. It's very large and very dry, like super dry. But there's evidence that that was once a swamp. And climate change happened. And it happened long before humans polluted anything. The climate changed. The swamp dried up and it left a desert in its wake. These things happen. We don't know why they happen. Do humans have an impact on it? Sure. Of course we do. We're animals. We're going to have an impact. Everything has an impact on it. The question is, can we slow it down? And when you start asking that question, we get into the realm of like trying to understand the variables in a chaotic system, which you can make predictions in a chaotic system, but you cannot know what the truth will be. You cannot know until it actually happens because it's a chaotic system. We don't know how different things will impact different things. You know, CO2 goes up and we know that that leads to warmer climates, but there's good and bad stuff about that, right? Like, the warmer the climate gets, the more we can farm. You have places in America now, states in America, that is getting to the point where they can actually plant twice a year because it's warmer. They no longer have to contend with snow that would basically destroy all crops because snow is starting later in the year. So they can now plant even more. Carbon is good for plants, so the earth is becoming greener as a result of more carbon in the air. But as carbon goes up, we don't know what other things can happen in sort of the environment to counter that, right? We don't actually know what the Earth's response to different things will be because there's so many different ways in which the system responds when things happen. And we don't know all of those things because it's impossible to plot. It's impossible to track. This is why whenever they do come up with climate models, they tend to focus on just a few things. So they'll only focus on CO2 emissions because that's the only variable that they can realistically track. The other ones can't be tracked. There's too many of them. There's too many things that can change at any given point. So it makes it very difficult to know what the actual impact will be. I feel sad for the people that have anxiety as a result of climate, because I think that they've been lied to. That's my personal opinion, because I think the answer to this is technology. We need to come up with more technologies to sort of deal with the climate, deal with the way that climate will change, because it inevitably will change. Carbon is a thing, yeah, but so is methane and other elements, which is 24 times worse than carbon. And plants, as far as I know, don't filter methane. Okay, so carbon isn't actually a thing that anyone. The problem is that somehow the climate change debate has become about carbon, right? It's become this thing of carbon is now considered to be a pollutant, which it isn't. Carbon is plant food. It's literally all it is. Carbon isn't bad for the planet. There are really bad gases, and you are correct. Things like methane, things like nitrogen, especially at high quantities, are really bad for the environment. And those are the technologies that we need to focus on. How do we remove those things? How do we fix things so those things aren't as much of a problem? But, if we're just focused on no more pollution whatsoever, we're not going to be able to come up with the technologies to remove those bad things. And also humanity is kind of fucked.
Facebook will now have control of your entire life, your entire reality and society, which is why you can guarantee that Facebook's executives are licking their lips at the thought of further addicting the global population to their services. And considering Facebook's hyperfixation on profits, it shows that they know that this is the future, where everyone's not only looking at their screens, but living in an actual universe run by Facebook, controlled by Zuck himself. Because right now, Facebook's control over people is big, but it could soon become effectively unlimited. Facebook's plan right now is to extend their control way past anything
What a
we've ever seen
hellscape,
before.
bro.
And I'm starting to see this creep around. When I go on the tube and the London Underground, I'm now starting to see ads for the metaverse, which is why Instagram may just end up as a stepping stone on the path to Facebook's ever-increasing hold on society. I have a quick important announcement to make. I'm sick of being demonetized on YouTube. I'm sick of censoring these videos for the YouTube algorithm. So this is gonna change. Every month, I'm gonna be releasing unfiltered, raw, controversial videos for YouTube members. Videos about the darkest corners of the internet, TikTok, the CIA, China, Rothschilds, and Mr. Robot's series review. And by the end of the month / early August, I'll be releasing a video on Ted Kaczynski, otherwise known as the Unabomber, where we'll talk about his story, going from a mathematical prodigy to living in the wild, sending bombs in the mail, and having his manifesto on the front page of the New York Times. Not only
That was
that,
a cool
but
series,
by becoming
though.
a member of the channel, you'll have access to my Discord server to talk with other like-minded people, where every month I'll be doing a Q&A for all your questions. And if you're still not happy with your membership in the first month, I will personally refund you. All you have to do is email me. So if you want to watch exclusive, unfiltered, controversial videos that I can't release to the public, which includes access to my server and a monthly Q&A, join my channel for only $5.99 a month. This will also help us out a ton too in making these videos. And if you want to support the channel even more, I will hardcode your name into my videos for only £3 more. So if this interests you, all you have to do is click the link in the description or click the join button below to have access to all of this.
Man, this guy is making an actual difference to the world. And here I am charging people $1 for hentai porn, bro. I wonder who will be remembered as as the guy that made the biggest difference to the world. Yeah. Yeah, for $1 a month, you can get your name in the video plus some wow hentai. Easy. Created by Zuckerberg, actually considers him as evil. That's hilarious. Well, I agree with that fucking AI, to be fair. Tigers off, how you doing, fam? I absolutely agree with that AI. That AI knows what the fuck is up. So I don't believe you actually did that. Growfile. I think it's a good move. I like the art that's coming out of it. And I mean, there's obviously like so many other plans with that. So the current plan is once we hit $500 per month on Patreon, we'll do 2 pictures a month, and it will be eventually from from different artists. So my idea is to actually start showcasing different artists and not just doing one artist, but actually showcasing like proper artists throughout the community that do some really cool fucking shit in the hentai space. And then at 750 a month, I'm actually gonna release alongside the 2 hentai like pictures. I want to start releasing like actual art, so not hentai, not porn, like actual art for both Warhammer Fantasy 40k, World of Warcraft, basically gaming art. So go to a different artist and ask them for a proper, really cool fucking piece of art that I can present to viewers. And then, oh shit, I'm gonna have to go look. What is all my goals? I'm gonna have to check now. I can't remember what they all are. This is helpful. Membership. Let's see. I think goals are at the bottom. No, where do you see the fucking goals again? I'm not going to be able to see it like this. I'm going to have to go edit page because I would be able to see it if I just viewed it as a patron. Wait, I want to actually see how patrons view it. Hold up. View as a patron. If you view it as a patron, it's supposed to, maybe it shows it just for public? Why wouldn't it show the goals for okay, well, here's the goals, right? So first goal, 500. That's another piece of hentai art, right? And then you have the 750 one, which is like actual fantasy, not hentai. And then at $1,000 a month, I want to start going to especially unknown cosplayers. So girls that sort of do incredible cosplay. This is probably not going to be very lewd stuff. It's going to be more like, oh, by the way, thank you to everyone that's saying happy birthday. I really appreciate that, guys. But I want to go to girls that aren't well known within the cosplay space, but do a shit ton of good work within cosplay. Now, I haven't decided yet whether this should be on $1,000 or $1,500. For now, it's listed as $1,000, but I want to be able to pay them handsomely for those pictures, right? So give them anywhere from $500 to $750 for like 5 really cool cosplay pictures, and then also a link, of course, to their shit, so you know they can be seen and celebrated, and people can follow them as well. At $2,500, we're doing cooking videos and barbecue streams. So that money will go straight to buying cameras, mics, laptops, because that's shit that I'm gonna need, lights, everything, in order to do cooking videos and barbecue streams. And then at $5,000, which is the big one, I have an idea for a World of Warcraft animation movie. I'm already writing the script for it, sort of perfecting the script. I've already done it. But I want to do a full-blown animation movie. It's probably going to take months because I'm not going to have like 500 people working on it, right? I'm going to have like maybe 1 or 2 animators working on it. But I basically want to make a proper movie set in the World of Warcraft universe, especially the early universe, and I have the perfect place where it needs to take place. So that's shit that I'm working towards, right? That's where the money will go eventually. And there's probably going to be smaller goals along the way, but that's sort of the main place that I want to go with it. Yeah, I mean, it's stuff that I've always wanted to do, Astra. So my end goal, probably with Patreon, would be to make my own game. That would be like, actually not just Patreon, with all of my social media platforms, all of my streaming platforms, I want to make my own RPG video game. That would be the super fucking end goal. But making movies, making animation movies, stuff like that, I also really find appealing. So I would love to fucking try it. And I want to make a movie similar to, you guys know, what was it called again? Fuck, the Warhammer video, 13 minutes long, that we watched. That was super fucking cool. Games Workshop eventually kind of like canonized them. Astartes, similar to Astartes, so the same kind of animation as Astartes, with one major difference: voice acted. Mr. Vice President, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. I want to get actual voice actors to do the different voices for the different characters in the animation, and do it proper, right? So like an hour and a half long movie, like a proper movie. We'll see. Maybe I'm being completely over ambitious, but then again, $5,000 in South Africa is enough. I would be able to permanently employ 2 animators pretty easily, probably. If I with $5,000 in South Africa, yeah, sure, definitely would not be that difficult to do. But yeah, that's sort of like long-term plans and stuff. All right, are you guys ready for Preach's video? Yeah, I feel like we kind of have to watch Preach's video. Preach just released the second part of his trip to Blizzard, and kind of feel like this one might be bigger. Although, do you guys think he's actually did the most important things in the first one, and the second one is just sort of fluff? Because there's 2 ways to go about it, right? I think finally checking out Hell's Reach by Richard Boylan would really inspire and motivate you even more. We will definitely be checking it out, yes. Second part now? Yes. So his second part was a day ago. I don't know if Preach didn't specifically say that we're supposed to give him at least 24 hours, but I did it anyway. I wanted to stream yesterday, at least just to be able to watch this episode, but I decided not to and give him his 24 hours so that his video could naturally get views, and then we can react to it, because I think that's just a hell of a lot fairer. Because I found the first episode to be incredible. I love the interviews. I love the insights. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what the second one is all about.
How do you create World of Warcraft, and how do you create its expansions that go with it? You start with a simple idea, right? We're going to make the open world based on Azeroth. We're going to put in some basic PvP, and then some fundamentals that should go along with it. But then it's popular. People want more, and you now need to build an expansion. So you create some new ideas that expand on other things and some extra new features to go along with it, but you still got to keep maintaining those original things that people liked. Wrath of the Lich King comes along. Same again. Some new features, some expansions on what you want previously, but again, even more to go along with it. Now we reach Cataclysm. Same again. Some iteration, some new ideas, and even more that needs to be built up. And pretty soon we're looking at a never-ending, unstable game that can't continue with this. And not only that, it's now taking so long to keep making this that players are waiting forever and ever for the next thing to come out.
If it's not fun today, then 10 years from now it's not going to matter.
So
I do want to say, though, I'm not entirely in agreement. I love the visuals here, and I think the visuals are great. And I agree with the fundamentals of it, but there is one thing that should be highlighted. All of those expansions also removed a lot of content, right? So, like, yes, you would get the core of the content that would be added upon, but then a lot of the sort of content that could have become evergreen content, that could have become content that people could always go back to and enjoy for various reasons, sort of got left by the wayside. And every expansion, they try to go bigger and better than what they did the last time, which is required when you're going to replace an entire expansion with a new expansion. You have to go bigger and better. Whereas if you, from the beginning, had a mindset of no, every expansion has really cool places that we can probably build and expand upon. So, places like Wintergrasp, or even places like Hellfire Peninsula with the 3 barracks that you have to keep as PvP. These were cool concepts that could definitely have been kept in the game and could have been iterated on and reiterated on and made better and kept up with. TBC actually had a few places that they could really have expanded upon in order to keep people coming back to it. Either Crab, by the way, 10 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And that removal and then the addition of other things, I think, is what eventually creates this unstable mess that you just really can't get out of, because you're constantly forced to go bigger and better than what you did the last time, rather than sort of everything is just part of the game and forms part of the game. And that means that you need to do less in order to actually give people enough stuff to do in the game.
So, we come up with a new idea. Era 2. We're going to remove a lot of this. Go back to basics. Sure, we're going to keep a few things that people liked and maybe even iterate on them ever so slightly, but essentially we're going to break it back down, and now we're going to come up with a new idea. The borrowed power idea of Season 2. We can strap it on. We can make it interesting. We can make it fun, because ultimately we're going to take it away. But now here's the problem. We're back down to here. And it doesn't matter how differently we make this and the different shape it comes with. At the end of the expansion,
Alex Kays, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. I'm playing in EU.
Legion, BFA, Shadowlands, we take it all away. Sure, we might keep one or two things to go with it, but we're always coming back down to here, and that's not particularly fun for anyone.
None of that would matter if your first 5 seconds didn't make you say, this is awesome.
So now we enter Era 3. This time we're going to go back to the basics. We're going to build on these ideas. We're going to keep iterating on them, but this time we're going to grow a stronger foundation. We've learned from the mistakes of the past. Instead of just towering everything on top of each other, new ideas can make way. We can now start iterating in much better ways. We can grow a far more wide and vast, stable foundation.
This is what they should have done from day one. Now, of course, hindsight is always going to be 2020. It's easy for us to sit here and go, bro, we've been saying this for years. But when you're in the thick of things and you're trying to make something, it can be daunting. But I think, just off the cuff here, I think Dragonflight has an amazing foundation to start off from. It introduced a new way of travel, and people might look at that and go, well, dude, that's nothing crazy. It is, because it's a really cool new way of traveling. I love the fact that you can customize your dragon. I actually partook in customization for the first time in World of Warcraft actively, because I wanted to make my dragon look a little bit more. I used the green proto-drake for a while. Not the green one, the bronze one. I used that one for a while, but then I wanted to go back to looking a bit more primal, and so I went for the proto-drake, and I gave it all the spikes and shit that I already had unlocked. So I find it really cool. It's a really cool sort of concept that can literally be built upon and made so much bigger as a result of it. The world has a number of things that I would love to see continue. The climbing, I don't think climbing is in a great spot right now. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Climbing is decent, but it needs a lot more. I would like to see the ability to eventually speed climb. So, like, to refine the technology to the point where you can really go fast if you want to, and maybe give people more sort of paths to get there, and maybe make it a little bit more difficult, a little bit more challenging in order to get there. But I think the climbing thing is really cool as an outside activity. I've actually kind of enjoyed the photo shit just for what it is. It's sort of like a break from just general world quests to just take a couple of photos as you're going around and trying to take the best picture. Even though you don't give a shit, you still want to get that great shot, right? Kind of thing as it happens. So I've actually found that really cool. The fishing thing is really awesome, actually. There's so many things that I find to be really cool, and some of it's still rough around the edges, like the profession's still very rough, but I think it's a good foundation. It's a good place to start from, and that's all Dragonflight needs to be. It's a good starting block. From here, I think they can now really start to play with these ideas and implement them to much better perfection in later expansions, while also then building out. Because I think building out is far better than building up. Because bowling out, you can go basically as wide as you want without ever really running into the, oh my god, what the hell are we doing? This is just getting nuts now.
In order to mix in a lot of these ideas that we learned from and hopefully make a better game. All sounds good in theory, but who's going to do that? How are they going to do that? And that's what we're going to find out today.
Oh, Mr. Demuria, yes. I actually would love that. If I could use that camera feature inside the game, but I would like to see a couple of changes to the camera feature. The number one change that I would like to see is to be able to actually look through the camera. So instead of sort of having this weird kind of, you know, your character has a light in front of it, and if you just show it over the animals, they sort of light up. I would love to have the ability to look through the camera, see the camera lanes and everything. And it's gonna sound so niche to a lot of you guys, but I make YouTube videos. Sometimes I really want a good thumbnail. And yeah, you can screenshot stuff, but I feel like if Blizzard actually did try, they could build so many features and filters and things into being able to take pictures in WoW at any given point in time from really cool vantage points with an actual built-in camera, which I think would be super awesome. So I'm really hoping that that eventually becomes a thing in World of Warcraft, being able to use the camera everywhere and anywhere. Going wide means you might end up with your MMO being a 1P shooter. Maybe, but I doubt it, because you can also, like, obviously if you go too far, yes, you're correct, but you can control it, right? Much more easily than what you control vertical building, right? Because vertical building, you don't realize that it's a mess until it's a mess. Whereas horizontal building, you'll start to realize that, okay, there's too much shit going on here. It's getting harder and harder for us to actually control where we're going with this. So yeah.
It's a collaborative effort, you know. And we take risks sometimes, you know, like dragon riding was one of those. It was, you know,
And it's fantastic.
right.
It is fantastic.
Those are those magical things that you can't predict, you know, what's really going to, you know, take hold with the community. And that's sort of part of the process we have to take care with.
I have taken throughout my entire playthrough of Dragonflight, I have only used my Hearthstone once now, and that was after, well, now almost a month. It was last week that I used my Hearthstone for the first time. And the only reason I used my Hearthstone was I was in a dungeon, and I didn't want to run out of the dungeon in order to get to the outside. And it was I didn't want to wait a minute either. Plus, I had a quest at Valdrakken that I wanted to do. So I thought, nah, fuck it. I'll just go back to Valdrakken and go to the quest there. So I Hearthstone. Otherwise, I don't use my Hearthstone. I fly everywhere because I do actually enjoy it because I keep doing cool shit. And I know it's only entertaining for me. No one else gives a shit. But I will fly as high as I can, and then I'll shoot down, and I'll try to fly through the trees and just do crap like that. Which, yeah, sure. Some people will just go, bro, just fly there and get it over and done with. I like to make it look cool. It's fun. It's like a kind of mini game with the game, which I think is really awesome. Arkil, how you doing, bro? Thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
We're not making WoW is not a treadmill. It's not a, you know, the recipe changes every single time we do it. So our job is to just make sure, like, just help them. Our job really is to just give them everything they need to make the magic they want to make, and, you know, give it some guardrails just to support them.
Yeah.
But it is a mammoth effort.
Yeah, I mean, our process, you know, is we try to, you know,
Gilgamesh, thank you very
support
much,
the
dude.
creatives in their vision for what the game can be and should be. You know, you're talking about Dragon Isles. Well, first off, just even deciding where to go to Dragon Isles. A lot of blue sky. We could go here. We could go there. We could, promote these characters or those, and kind of narrowing down. After a number of weeks, okay, this is really feeling like it will gel. And we've always kind of wanted to go to Dragon Isles. We thought, oh, that's high fantasy. That would be great to, return to that.
Yeah.
And who wouldn't want to be a dragon? And it's funny because you'll see those notes show up, in forums and in player posts where it's like, you could do a dragon race, blah, 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 blah. and
High elves. It's very important.
but there's high elves out there too, but we kind of came this whole laundry list of things that we'd like to see, as a team. And I remember the process we went through is, okay, everybody gets like 5 votes. And vote for the thing you want. You can put 5 votes on one thing if you really want to make it happen.
That's an interesting process.
And we let that.
How many people involved in that? So,
well, that was.
It gets vast.
It was all the dev leads, and then it was influenced by the greater team.
so it's almost like a bingo thing then.
But it wasn't just a highest votes win. That was information that Ian and the design team was taking as, okay, well, if this is what our own team thinks would be cool, how does that jive with what we're seeing, from community? So we try to be careful. We will run surveys, but we don't want to telegraph too much and kind of spoil, what we're up to. But then that eventually bubbled into, here's features we want to do. And we try our darndest to, like, okay, how can we make this happen? How can we put enough resources behind it? How can we have the right people doing things at the right time to get as much into the expansion as possible?
John and Holly there, the 2 people behind the scenes you don't get to meet very often, who are responsible for even getting a WoW expansion out to us. There is going to be a theme throughout this video, and that is throwing out the old playbook. Many of the people you're going to meet started years and years ago when there were rules in place about what should exist in an MMO. And in Era 3, a lot of that is going away. By now,
I feel like that's not just true for WoW. Gaming has had these are the rules for a good game. And they've existed for basically as long as gaming has been around. But more and more now, we do see games coming to market that technically do not play by those rules. A good example of this would be the Souls games, right? By every metric, games like Souls games should not do well. Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Sekiro, all of those games, they should not do well. Because based on the rules, you should have a difficulty slider in your video game, because not everyone is going to be as good as everyone else. So it's important that you have difficulty sliders in your game so that everyone can play it, or at least as many people as possible. The game should have, if it's going to have a story, it should have a story that's presentable, easy to follow, easy to acquire, and, open worlds, at least if you look at most games, because most of these rules aren't hard and fast. Most of these rules are usually by design. So people just design in that way, and that is why it happens. And if you look at most open world games, of which Ubisoft is actually, they used to be one of the leaders in open world games. The idea is that you have this massive open world where sort of the same activities take place every single, all over the map, and then there's a story that plays through that. Elden Ring comes along, and it throws all of that out the window. It says, no, fuck you with your random ass events that happen. That's basically the same event happening 5 million times in the game. We're not going to have that. And screw you with your difficulty slider. We're not going to have that. There are difficulty sliders in the game, but they're based on gameplay. So there are items and things that you will find in the game that will make certain bosses a hell of a lot easier if you have those items. And sure, you could go ahead and you could go kill one boss that will drop an item that's going to make another boss a hell of a lot easier. It's up to you. Or you could just try to play the really difficult boss and just keep going until you get it down. Because the game isn't actually difficult. The game just requires a little bit of getting used to. And that's really the point. It changes everything and it smashes through it. And there's so many other games now that you can look on the market at. I think one of the genres that's gone through probably the most iterations would be the RTS genre, where, it used to be a very common Age of Empires, Warcraft, even, Command and Conquer had sort of, that was the blueprint. That's how you design your game. And more often now, we see companies just throwing all that out and saying, well, no, we don't have to do it that way. We can go this way, right? And we can do this. Dawn of War would be another example of, that was sort of that was the hard and fast rule. If you made an RTS, that is how you make an RTS. And I think as gaming has become more and more mainstream, as you now have larger and larger audiences sort of engaging with video games, you have a lot more freedom now in making a video game than what you ever had in the past. And I think it's good that Blizzard has finally realized MMOs don't just have to be raiding dungeons and PvP. There's so much more to MMOs than raiding dungeons and PvP. And it's okay to cater to people that don't care about raiding dungeons and PvP.
Most of you have played Dragonflight. You are now experiencing the changes that we talked about in the first video. However, those changes started over 2 years ago. How did it happen? Who decided it? When was the decision made from concept to what we actually have now today? And more importantly, who did it? That's what we're going to be finding out about today. Let's start this journey by looking at the brand new talent system. Where did it come from? When was the decision made? Well, who better to talk to than the people who actually made the new talent system? We're going to sit down with Brian Holinka, lead combat designer of World of Warcraft. Brian is not just the PvP guy, something we chatted about while we were there. Brian is in charge of all the combat in WoW, and WoW's combat is what it's known for.
Actually,
he joined
true.
the company the week Mr. Pandari released. Ironically, when the talent system was removed. So he has a lot to say about this. Along with him, we're going to sit down with one of the big brains and senior game designer, Graham Berger. He's one of the big brains behind Evoker. A lot of you have seen it, a lot of new spells, a lot of new interesting things, and his team are the ones who put all these new talent systems together and what it holds for us in the future in line with Blizzard's new philosophy. How do you guys feel about the min-max lifestyle? Because you guys, we'll get to the talent trees in a sec, but it launched yesterday, and already every post is out there is like, not sure what to do, copy and paste this link, and in it goes. And for a lot of people, they will go, okay. And that's it. They'll just bypass the whole system. So, with all this work you guys put into it, I assume you predicted this was going to happen.
Yeah, I think, we're in a world, right, where we have, very popular influencers playing the game, sharing their knowledge.
I'm innocent. I didn't do it.
But, people sharing their information and about the game, their knowledge of the game. And, modern games are about communities, right? They're about online communities, and people want to, talk about these things, right? Talk about these choices. And it's also an opportunity for somebody to buck the trend and be like, well, actually, everybody's playing this way, and I've tried it that way, and oh, wow.
This is actually, he's making a good point. I don't know how many of you started playing all the way back in Classic. In TBC, Warriors were in a terrible spot. Terrible spot. Also, we had talent trees, right? And you had your cookie cutters. They existed. Everyone knew how to play. Warriors were tanks. Even though they had multiple specs that they could play, if you were a warrior, you were a tank. Why? You did 0 damage. 0. There was no damage for warriors. No matter what people tried, no matter what cookie cutter you followed, there was no damage for a warrior. I'm pretty sure this was in TBC, because it got a little bit more hard to find in Wrath of the Lich King. Until one day, and I wish I could remember who this guy was, but a guy came up with a warrior build that no one had spoken about. No one followed it. No one knew that you could build a warrior this way. The guy stacked armor penetration on his warrior. And suddenly, warrior was top DPS. It was destroying shit with a full armor pen build. This is the beauty of having talent trees. Yes, the vast majority of the community is just going to cookie cutter. That's just the nature of the game. But ever so often, you'll find one person that discovers a trick with a talent tree that no one else fucking knows about. And that is the one that just pops off, and now suddenly everyone's doing it because no one actually thought about it. So it is beautiful. Snubby, by the way, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream, bro.
I think it's really cool.
Yeah.
And I've been watching the PvP scene for a long time, and that will happen in the tournaments a lot of times. You know,
Yep.
where someone will try something different, and it'll be surprising, right? And I think that'll happen with these talent trees, where there will be situations where people say on this fight, really actually play this build, and it works out better. And those are the things I think we want. But there's going to be a system, like a group of players who are just like, I've set my talent tree, I'm walking away from it. Like, that's what we expect.
I found that a lot with my guides,
Oh,
because I did
fucking
guides for like
close.
7 years for one. And what I discovered is that so many of my viewers, they just get the build on day one, and they never respec.
Right.
And it made me so sad. It's like, but your class plays in all sorts of fresh and interesting ways. You know, even if it's swapping Mass Entangle to Typhoon or whatever it is for Mythic Plus, like, that's cool. You've changed what you're doing and doing stuff. And then finding out, I mean, have you got, statistically, do you find that? Is a lot of people just like, and I'm done, and then move on. I mean, I think Ian said he thought that a lot of people found talent choices a hassle in terms of they want to collect pets and things. They're not interested in the combat style whatsoever. You've done pre-made talents, right?
Yep,
Like,
yep. We did the
standard one.
starter builds, which I've seen the reaction to that has been
Yeah,
really
Snubby, it will be
positive.
uploaded.
You know, a lot of people are like, thank goodness for the starter build, right? And all my buttons were still there. So that's gone over really well, surprisingly well. It's one of those, you know, features. I think we were talking about it, you know, while we were developing it, and we were like, yeah, we should do this. And then you're like, it's hit the live, you know, game, and we're like, oh, thank God.
Yeah, for
'Cause,
those
like,
players who are not interested, it's like,
Yeah.
I'm done. Like,
Yes,
although you
yes.
didn't give Prop Warriors Spell Reflect.
Oh, on default.
I was furious. I did because we were just testing the new dungeon out.
yeah.
I was like, oh, I'll just go with the standard build and see what's it. My fingers were doing it.
right.
In the button, and it wasn't there.
Yeah, my fingers like, this is Spell Reflect. Go.
Yeah.
This is not working.
And that'll evolve over time. I think
Yeah,
the
yeah.
more times we hear stories like that, you know, we'll take that back and we can make adjustments to it. But
I'm not requesting it. 'Cause last time I did that, DK's got nerfed. Like, I'm not saying.
Oh, the feedback's been noted and it's already on its way. Sorry.
Emails going.
I think, but you know, with adding more choice to the system, I think we've just gone from an era, basically from Mists of Pandaria to now, where the classes were heavily curated, right? Like you were making 7 choices, you know, 7 talent rows. That was it. Those were your choices. Everything else, like we handed to you, made it very easy on ourselves to be easy to balance the
Relative
game.
for Blizzard.
And now we've put more hands, and we've really empowered players to do these things. And yeah, there's a downside to that it's harder to balance, and sure, more meta builds will emerge. But I think that freedom to like be empowered to like really define your character, it's worth something. Like it's worth a lot.
I play a completely different build in Mythic Plus than what any of the websites say I should play. And I'm consistently doing well. Well, I say Mythic Plus. I don't think I've done a single Mythic Plus. Mythic Dungeons. Because I'm still looking for a couple of pieces. Plus, Mythic Plus is a hassle. But I'm consistently doing like very good DPS, both single target and AoE, Affliction Warlock. First of all, you shouldn't be an Affliction Warlock, apparently, when you're doing Mythic. But then also, the build that they want you to follow, I just don't like the playstyle. I fucking hate the playstyle. It feels very limiting in what I want to be able to do with my Warlock. And so I went with a completely different build. I went with the build that I thought, yeah, this hits all of the notes that I want with my character, and I'm happy with it because I'm not going to push World First Mythic Plus or anything like that. I just want to have fun, and this is the one that makes the most fun for me. And I think even if you don't do that, just the fact that you do get to choose your talents is a massive immersive experience, because that's what RPGs are all about. You know, it's about building your class either through gear or through talents or through both. But having that freedom to choose how you want to play the game is fundamentally important.
And you know, even if I go back, just the leveling experience, I think we all have a lot of high-end max level players, but if you go through the leveling experience and now you're getting a talent point versus just getting a spell, like it's a
Actually
pretty
feels good.
fundamental difference that you really feel.
And
True.
people just like getting a little bit of progress that way, right? There's
Yeah.
something more momentous about the level number going up than getting anything.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when we were looking into both your histories, which are like extensive. You joined during Mr. Pandaria.
Yeah.
Just as talent trees were removed.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, like, for you, did you join and go, what? Because both of you strike me as so into player customization. I think that's come through already. Is like reading through your backstory, your work history. It's like you two seem very focused that player choice is everything, which was kind of the opposite in Shadowlands. My fight with Ian was like, you're taking away player choice. Why are you doing that? And I'm wondering, it was like for you specifically, was this something you came in and were like, no, let's not go this way for a while, and now it's coming back with the talent tree choices? It's like,
No,
let's
I mean,
give more
certainly when
choice.
I joined, I was just, when I joined in Miss Pandaria, I was like, oh, Blizzard, I was a young designer, and like, okay, yeah, this all makes sense, like only meaningful choices. That was what we went. And I think that made sense at the time, right? Because the game was getting kind of, the game was on its like 5th expansion or whatever. It just felt like they kept building more and more and more on top and it was getting complicated, and they felt like,
Oh, they should bring
let's just
back
make these
glyphs,
classes
bro.
straightforward. Let's
They
make
should
the
bring back
choices
glyphs.
meaningful.
Glyphs
I mean,
was
some
super
people don't
fun.
remember that those initial talent rows, they were class wide.
Yes.
So it wasn't that, like, it was very interesting because when I first arrived here, it was literally the release week of Mr. Pandaria is when I started. And there was meeting every week for like the first couple of months was just about talents and talent balance and like trying to make these talent rows work for the different classes. So if I was beating any drum at that time, it was like, oh, we should make these things spec specific, right?
Yeah.
Which we eventually did because I felt like we had certain situations we just needed to accommodate. But no, initially I was like, okay, this is what Blizzard is doing, and I'm here to learn. But I think coming out of Shadowlands, I think with the release of Classic and us all playing Classic again, leveling, going through like earning spell ranks, getting talent points, that's kind of what kind of triggered us to say, it's really kind of more fun to get a talent point
that mage,
than it is to
dude.
just kind of get a
Oh, I remember that. Do you guys remember when fucking what was it called when they freeze themselves? Ice block would just last for fucking ever. Holy shit!
rank upgrade. And then thinking just, hey, we've had this talent system for a long time. We really need to kind of flip the table in a way and really shake things up for players. Because if you've been playing your class since Mr. Pandaria, if we aren't changing all of the talents every expansion, it feels pretty similar.
There's something so special about a new expansion, unfortunately, but now should be coming back, is that every new expansion, you were looking forward to what your new talent was. Because I still remember when Bladestorm came into the game.
Right.
It was a bit before your time, I suppose, but that was a hell of a day. It's like, you turn into a blade of death and spin and crunch.
Benjamin, how you doing?
And every warrior, I think, that day was 3ing an arena, all Bladestorming one person to see what would happen.
Yeah.
And then for a while that was lost. And we actually went the opposite ways. Like, you lost a lot of stuff. You came out of Legion into BFA and it's like, where's all my toys gone? It's like, and
Warrior with a crossbow. Well,
and is that something that when the talent trees decided to come back, you're like, we can't keep going this way? And Classic would have had an influence on that. Like, this is just fun.
Yeah, I think when we added this system, we certainly weren't like, let's add the talent trees for this expansion and then we'll figure it out later. Like, we want, if we're going to make this system, we want to grow for, this is our system going forward, and we can add more talent points every time we level up, right? We want to add 10 talent points the expansion after this one. We want to add new abilities, and I think players like the class specific stuff a lot, and so that's kind of part of it, and that's kind of where we're looking forward. But it's funny because having the 2 trees is actually really helpful too. Because
it's a tough choice sometimes. I've spent a good 10-15 minutes looking at one talent point. Where's it gonna go?
Oh, yeah.
Where's it gonna go? And it's something I really hope people embrace. But you're right. What was that decision made early?
What's your hater, man?
Okay, there's some foundational stuff that CC utility.
Yeah.
And then let's just make a tree of fun stuff that tails your damage.
We tried a lot of different things when we first started kind of working on the talent project. Again, we had a talent summit with the
When
combat.
did the word come down? We're swapping back. We're going back.
Let's see, I think
You remember better than I would.
Yeah, about like shortly after Shadowlands launch, you know.
So that early, so a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because we start thinking about the next expansion shortly
Yeah,
after
Ian
launching
said like the
expansion.
next one's
Yeah,
doing his
and
stuff.
so pretty much after that, and we yeah, go ahead. I think you could hear the story of the Talent Summit, right?
We had like a 2 or 3 day kind of
Yep.
summit where the whole combat team and some other designers got together and just, we said, okay, you can make any talent system you want. Like no restrictions, don't worry about tech, just what would you do? And we came up with some really wild stuff, which was really cool. And then obviously kind of went, okay, what's reasonable to do, what fits, what kind of hits all of the goals we've laid out, not just 1 or 2 of them. But yeah, tried some wild
Did
stuff.
somebody go full Path of Exile? It's like, okay, I picture.
We might have had
we go
1 or
bigger.
2 very large grids with lots of connections. But then the idea of having class abilities and specialization abilities separated, we realized gave us a lot of.
I actually think that was the best decision they made, was to have class-specific talents and then your spec-specific talents. Because in the class-specific talents, there's actually some really cool fucking talents. Even some damage talents. Rurikon, how you doing, bro? Thank you very much, dude. Really appreciate that. There's some cool shit there. Like as a warlock, there's things that really lower the amount of damage that I do, as well as increases the amount of healing that I do. I've been able to keep myself alive in some of my mythic runs just because I'm spec'd into increased healing from my drain life ability that, according to the cookie cutters, I should not have because it's useless. It's not increasing my damage, actually. But for me, perfect. I want that. It works for me. So, yeah, I love the talent trees. Rurikon, you'll probably know the talent trees a lot better because you actually do like Mythic Plus and stuff. Yeah, it's my birthday today.
Power to sort of define the types of choices players are making. I think for me, from conduits and soulbinds, having those finesse nodes where it was, you're making utility choice here, and that's it. You don't have to worry about how much damage it gives you or what throughput, just like, what's the cool kind of trick you want your character to be able to do? Seeing that, oh, if we do the class side and have it be mostly utility choices and kind of with the gates, really empowers players to make those choices and not feel like they're giving up throughput, which I think is really, really important and a huge advantage of the system we came up with eventually.
No, for sure. Like it's come out really well, and it's got to be much easier now to balance. I assume. I got to assume Shadowlands was a headache. I mean, you got it really close actually. Like towards the end, it was really, really close. But it must have been a headache to start with. It felt like it.
It was a lot. I mean, I think every expansion is, though, in different ways. But, you know, because we're making class updates for the expansion, and then whatever system we're layering on top, be it soulbinds and conduits or talents, it's just a lot of new. So
yeah, I'm not saying that the combinatorics are any less, right? With the talent trees, like, well, a lot of the things we put in the talent trees we took from the conduits or the legendaries or the set bonuses or previous artifact abilities. Like we often talk about it being like a greatest hits type of talent tree. And so I don't think it's gotten easier for us. I think that there's still the challenge exists, but there's a lot more choice in the player's hands if we're, you know, off on something, right?
The way I looked at it, maybe I'm way off base, but I'm reading from what I see, is that you kind of kept it so you could rebuild your Shadowlands character for the most part. And I think for the average player, that's a really nice thing. Because you've got the separate loadouts, but if you just overhauled it as like...
Mr. Demuria, I don't have a P.O. box yet. I'm waiting for one to open up, but I am on the wait list for it. What new Nazoth theory, Benj Booby?
Like, hey, this Frost Mage now does all these wacky things that you've never seen before. The average player is going to be like, I don't know what this is.
Yes.
So it feels like this is almost like a gentle swap.
Yeah.
It's a whole new system.
Yeah.
But you can basically just rebuild what you already have, and you should understand if you're a Death Knight, you know what Death Coil does, you know what it's going to do, and you know generally, there are some new talents in there, obviously, but most of the part is going to be the same. Do you feel like once this settles, next expansion, we can get a little silly maybe?
Yeah, I think managing disruption to players as they return is important, right? Everybody logged in yesterday, or and it was kind of like, do we want everybody to log in and be like, I don't know how to play my class, I'm logging off, farewell, right? We want people to log in and be like, oh, this is still my class, and now let me open the talent tree and maybe I can change things. Like, that's what we wanted. That was important. So you're absolutely right. But at the same time, we wanted them to then be able to unclick and say, I'm gonna do something crazy.
The return of the talent system is just one of 2 blasts from the past. The other is, of course, flying. While I was at Blizzard, the game hadn't released yet, but from what I can tell, now it's out, is dragon flying has been received extremely positively.
Yeah.
Now, not that long ago, I made a video about the top 5 regrets Blizzard probably had with World of Warcraft. And number 1 on that list was flying. They haven't embraced it for a really long time, and I kind of thought that the fact that flying was the big feature of Dragonflight was the statement in and of itself of this return to their previous ideas. But I know one thing you guys don't regret, and that's picking up a display. Displate proudly sponsored our trip across the
Fucking
ocean so
preacher's
we could
ads,
sit down
bro.
with Blizzard and have these
Some of the
discussions.
best ads ever.
If you want to pick up a display, you can use our code down below for up to 33% off.
They are wonderful pieces of art from not just games, but a variety of movies and any other fandom you might find. They're so easy to put up. They leave absolutely no marks on your walls if you're not allowed to actually put pictures up on walls. Displays are going to be perfect for you. So check them out at the link below. So let's get into the dragon riding with Ian Hazzakostas, the game's director. And then we'll...
I disagree with you fundamentally, Blasphemous Crow, but this is why games are great. And this is why I think Dragonflight is great. Different people will like different things, and there's something for everyone in there. Because I actually think dragon riding was underhyped. I don't think enough people made a big enough deal of dragon riding. I love dragon riding. I cannot get enough of it. I literally told the stream just earlier, I've only used my Hearthstone once because I like flying everywhere. It's super fun to just dive down and sort of go through trees and try to make it look as cool as possible as I go over the mountain or through like mountain peaks and stuff. And then another thing that I've just found or just unlocked is all throughout Dragonflight, all throughout the world, there's these high peaks that you can land on, and then you claim it, sort of like an Assassin's Creed-esque kind of, you claim it and then it sort of circles around your character and shows you the whole area. And that's kind of fun. Like, I'll fly and then suddenly on my minimap I'll see this peak pop up, and then you need to try and get on the peak, and it's not always easy to get on the peak because the peak can sometimes have like a very small area that you can land on, so you're circling around trying to slow yourself down so you can actually land on this. I find it to be super cool. I bought a display for my dad using Breach Code during Christmas. Nice, Rurikon. What did you get him?
Follow up with Morgan Day, the associate game director, and Tina Wang, the associate art director, to see how dragonflying shapes the world of a new expansion and whether the re-inclusion of flying from the start was a sign of change within Blizzard.
Like, let's solve problems today. Our players are hurting, our players aren't happy. How can we help today? Let's make a bunch of changes. Let's actually re-examine everything they've asked for that we've said no to, and like double check, triple check that we believe we're doing the right thing here. And in some cases, that was like...
So, Mr. Demuria, just to be clear, I do think that Blizzard's current balance for gathering is a problem. Because I hear it quite often from gatherers. They're running out of vigor quite easily. So Blizzard probably needs to sort of scale up the amount of vigor that you get from gathering a node. That I can agree with. Although I will say, if you're just flying somewhere without gathering, if you're running out of vigor, flying from one side of the map to the other side of the map, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. Gonna be super honest, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know how you're running out of vigor just flying from one side of the map to the other. I do it easily. I'm constantly capped at 6 vigor, no matter how fast I try to fly, no matter what I try to do, because you get to a point where you're gaining vigor so quick that you've used one, you gain one. You use one, you gain one. You use 3, you gain 1. It's nuts just how quickly you get vigor. So I don't know why people who don't gather complain about dragon riding and the vigor being a problem.
Like turning over old stones of design philosophy that had been kind of taken for granted for 15 plus years. That, you know, the things we were always trained by our predecessors about, you know, what should or shouldn't be account wide, and the importance of investment in your character, and the importance of, you know, this or that. and asking like, okay, maybe those things were right for the game 15 years ago, but they're not making players happy today. And so do they still hold? Should we still apply them? And I think that began a process of, letting players play the game the way they want. And I think, what we were hearing loud and clear from folks was, look, there's this part of your game that I love. I would happily spend all the time in the world doing this thing, but if you make me do this other thing that I really don't like in order to do the thing I like, I'm going to do neither of them.
Yep.
And I'm just going to leave. And, we as stubbornly as at times we were trying to stick to, we want, all of this integration, and you shouldn't be able to just raid log, and you shouldn't be able to just, do one thing, or we're not really a massively multiplayer world anymore. We're just, a group of sandboxes. If we're not making our players happy, then what's the point of any of it?
Yeah, I would actually put that down to something I brought up
Nice.
a lot. Is it felt like you guys were prideful, very prideful, and to a stubbornness on certain things. And I think we can look at flying as the prime example of this, because at one point I did a video which was the things I think Blizzard really regrets doing that have led to consequences later on. And number one on that list was flying, because the Burning Crusade, flying came in to solve a problem that solved itself in the Burning Crusade, because vanilla is just a hodgepodge of stuff, people hiding in boxes and crayons around the world, and the zones are all over the place, and Azeroth is designed in a really horrible way geographically for traversing it. And then the Burning Crusade comes out, and it's basically a circle, and the flight points are fine. So flying, not particularly necessary. But in Wrath of the Lich King, it was embraced again.
Yeah.
And then after that, it kind of became like the bastard child of the family. Like, did this take something away from the game? Which it did. And I think that's absolutely true. It kind of falls in that category for me as transmog. Transmog does take something from the game in that you see those people in those bright armors and you finish that set, but it's so overwhelmingly, it makes so many people happy that it's not an issue. And it kind of, when I saw the title, and it was getting leaked and things like that, but I was like, if it really is that, this actually is a statement, and it felt like a statement. It's like, one of the things we're going to do, again, because we haven't done it since... What?
Mists, if you want to talk about being able to fly at launch in some form.
It would be Mists, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
In fact, Wrath was last thing embraced.
Yeah, WAD was the infamous no flying until
Which was such a
Pathfinder was
shame.
added.
Yeah, shit. I remember that people were so angry, bro, that you couldn't fly in WAD. Oh, shit. Clean. Thank you so much. 12 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I was on
In
board with you.
622.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the way Garrisons went, like, if you could show people it was good to be on the ground, but it didn't work out, and then you had to relent. I actually felt really bad that day. It's like, almost. But now, this is the feature of the game. It's like, it's here, it's big, it's impressive, and it's easily the most fun thing I've done in Dragonflight so far, is the races, and especially the group races. And there's a tension there. I haven't felt that for a long time with something that wasn't in 2% of the raid boss health left. Am I winning? Is he coming behind me? Has he got his boost left? And I'm just, I feel more like, is this, like, again, that change of philosophy you're talking about last 15 years? Is like, why are we treating flying like this? It's really fun. And in fact, going to Ulduar for the first time is magical. Crossing the Ice Crown Gate is magical when you could finally do it. And I was like, now it's become this ridiculous achievement thing, which makes no sense still. I'm going to hold to that.
Well, wait, the Pathfinder were largely bad. I mean, I think we've largely backed away from in past expansions.
God.
You don't,
Oh, it's horrible. But yeah, is this part of the statement with Dragonflight? Dragonflight.
Shit.
I imagine you already know the next expansion, and so it's like, no, we were going that
close.
way. But it feels like a statement.
I mean, well, our future expansions won't all have flight in the name.
That can be an esport that I would watch. Fucking flying racing. That would actually be cool to watch. Like, just a bunch of people flying around. That would be cool to watch.
But, like, but yeah, I mean, it was, I think in terms of coming up with a name, we obviously knew what the features were, knew what the setting was, and it felt like there's a couple different names, right? The dragon flights are a thing. There is flight.
Given the philosophical change, it felt very coincidental, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, the vibe of the expansion as a whole is definitely meant to be a breath of fresh air. It's a return to Azeroth, wide open exploration. It's a fraction of the feeling you might get playing a game like Breath of the Wild and looking out over, rolling plains and feeling like that land is yours to explore.
The sense of speed is fantastic.
Which is That's fantastic to hear.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that's one of those things that we knew from just the feel was going to be essential to that feature. All the other systems, the progression, everything else we could build into it, none of that would matter if your first 5 seconds didn't make you say, "This is awesome."
Yep.
If it felt clunky, if it felt just off in some way, we were going to lose people right there.
But coming into the zones, how did you come back to reinventing a world where flying was now a part, because we haven't seen it since Revelage, right? Where flying was truly embraced as a welcome member of the community. And then you go into the Dragon Isles, and you had so much fun with that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I just looked for the highest place I could possibly find, just to hurl. How far can I go?
Right.
I went to the sword. Can I make it to Orgrimmar from the sword? But was that so freeing to actually be like, okay, we don't need to care that one day they'll get Pathfinder?
Yeah, so there's a mix there. So with Dragonflight, it just from the beginning, it's like, can we really make an expansion about dragons where you don't fly, and that's not like a fundamental part of your experience? So, and that in itself kind of led to us thinking about flying as a system and how we can create, this new dragon riding version of it that allows you to engage with the world in a different way. As you said, finding the tallest peaks, because with our old system, it's really just, as it's swimming in air, so you navigate in every which way, and you don't really need to engage with that environment in a way where you're perceiving what's around you, right? Like for the human experience of discovering, of RPGs, when you like walk up a mountain and you discover something special, there's something meaningful to that versus just, pointing yourself generally and hitting auto run and that's it. And so
so obviously they explained that normal flying will be coming to the Dragon Flight zones, so you don't have to worry about that. It is coming to the Dragon Isles, but at launch, I understand this, they want the new feature to really play out, and there's a couple of reasons for it. Most people choose the path of least resistance, all right? So if you had normal flying right off the bat next to dragon riding, a lot of players would be like, fuck it, right? I don't want this, I don't understand it, screw it, let me just go with normal flying. Because, that's what I know. It's much easier. So a lot of people wouldn't even engage with the new dragon riding system. I can tell you one thing, though, as someone that just recently went back to the old world because I had a quest that I had to go hand in after the time walking event. Normal flying sucks dick and balls. And I mean hobo dick and balls. It is a smelly, dirty, infested fucking dick, bro. It is just miserable. It's so slow. Nothing happens. It's so boring. You're just sort of there and just nothing's going on. It's miserable. So this is brilliant. I will never go back to normal flying in my life. Dragon riding is just a hell of a lot better than anything normal flying could ever offer. And I would be okay with them just removing normal flying from the game and just adding dragon riding. And obviously scaling it to the point where gatherers can actually gather without running out of vigor. Because I think that's the only people that I ever hear complain about dragon riding are people that's trying to gather. Because I can understand why that would be just so horrible for players. When you gather, you want to gather quick. And constantly when you're gathering, you have to stand on the ground and gain vigor so that you can actually go somewhere. So I do think Blizzard should do some work at trying to fix that. But for everyone else, I think dragon riding is just far superior to anything normal flying can offer. Death Knight, how you doing, bro? Thank you very much. Really appreciate that, bro. I feel like restoring vigor isn't hard. No, Rosefolk, at least not if you're not gathering. I don't have a gathering profession. I have tailoring and enchanting. So I'll find out what it's like when I finally level my warrior and my paladin and my druid, because they're obviously, I'm gonna learn. But yeah, it all depends, right?
we're excited, like the potential that.
Go to the toilet.
That's true. There is that aspect of it. And so the dragon riding does allow you to truly, the player to engage with the environment in that way, make, strategic choices, right? Making choices of where you walk, where you go, where you fly. That in itself is part of gameplay and makes the experience more engaging.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, that's one of the things that's been really exciting for us on, while you're leveling up and you mentioned Wrath of Lich King was the last time we had flying there.
Yeah.
Like, BC flying is just, it's so much less engaging than dragon riding. Like, when you walk into a point of interest like a POI in any one of our zones in Dragonflight, the way you interact with that, like, has added a lot of or dragon riding rather has added a lot of depth there. And you know, now it's like, okay, well, how do I want to swoop in, like you said, like where's the largest peak where I can jump into and then find a way to fly into the POI and hopefully not get too much aggro where I land, right? Like, it's actually really added a lot of gameplay elements.
Getting too much aggro when I land? Hell no. Whenever I land, I try to land in the middle of as many things as possible because you do damage and stun everything. Like, it's just awesome landing and just seeing everything sort of walking around being like, what the fuck just happened here?
It's there, which has been really, really cool and an opportunity that a lot of our designers have really fully embraced. And you know, on the level design side as well, with the art and level design work very closely together, they they were very intentionally looking for, okay, how do we make very high peaks here that are accessible? And even, you know, a lot of the quest designers, where, you know, in previous expansions, you might have done a quest that was kind of way off in the corner of the zone. You know, they might have.
Boise, I would actually say the way to solve this is so easy, it's actually laughable. So Blizzard overhauled all of the professions except, of course, for gathering professions, really. And I don't mean that there aren't more depth to gathering professions. I mean that it's still the same thing. You click the node, you mine the node, it's all automatic, right? It's like fishing. You throw in your fishing line, and you click, and you get whatever the fuck is out there. The way you fix that is by adding some kind of mini game to mining a node. Very similar to how Final Fantasy does it, where professions is actually a mini game. So creating something isn't as easy as just click create and it does it automatically. There's actual rotations that have to go on in order to ensure that you get as much as possible, or that you craft something at as high a level as possible. Now imagine if you could do the same thing with mining. Imagine if you added just a small little mini game to mining that allows, you know, you have to click the button at exactly the right time, get into sort of a rhythm, add an oil to the node that allows you to mine the node but not destroy as much of the resource within it. And then the better you do it, the more you get out of a node. So the way you do it is, if someone literally just clicks the node and starts mining it, they get, say, 2 ore from the node. But if you do it perfectly, so if you add the oil at the right time and maybe add a little bit of water at the right time, and all of these are just buttons that you press. So it's not like, you know, go into your bags and find the oil and throw it on. It's just a button that you press that adds water, and it's automatic. You don't have to collect a resource in order to do it. It's just a resource that you sort of have, right? You click it at the right times and you get, instead of 2, you get 20. So if you do it perfectly, you get 20 resources out of a single node rather than just 2. So this means that you're spending maybe 10 seconds or 5 seconds at a node, which means that by the time you remount, you've already got your 3 vigor back, rather than, you know, mount up and you haven't even gotten a single vigor back yet. I think that would probably solve a lot of the issues. So you keep it possible for people to just, you know, you make it possible for people to make a fundamental choice, quantity or quality. So in other words, yeah, fuck it, I don't want to go through the mini game, so I'm going to play the quantity game here. I'm just going to visit as many nodes as humanly possible in my mining sector, right? So instead of, you know, getting 20 resources at a single node, I'll get 20 resources at 10 nodes, and it's fine because they'll respawn and I'll just keep doing that. But then for those people that go, nah, screw it, I'll just get all the resources from every node. Yep, they take a little bit more time, but they do get a shit ton of stuff. And so it's pretty decent, and also makes gathering a little bit more interesting, a little bit more fun, rather than just click and go. Click and go, click and go. I want the same sort of thing for crafting eventually, where in order to craft something, it's not just a case of click and create. Because that's all fun and games, and that's all cool, but that's not really what RPGs are about. You know, if you're gonna craft something, I remember, for example, the very first time I played Skyrim. Skyrim was my first Elder Scrolls game, and I got to a chest that needed to be lockpicked. Now, I was very much aware of lockpicking, right? I played Baldur's Gate and all those games, and when you lockpick something, it does it. So I click on this chest to lockpick it, and suddenly I have to lockpick. It's not being done for me. I have to do it. And it's actually super cool. Because, yeah, I am lockpicking this, right? I am lockpicking it, and if I'm good, I'm going to get into this goddamn chest. You know, and there's different difficulty settings, and it sort of keeps you on your toes. That's cool. It's cool to give people things to do when they're doing stuff rather than just having it happen automatically. Now, I'm not saying Blizzard should do it immediately, and obviously test the community, because this is my opinion. There might be, the whole community might be like, fuck that, bro. I don't want it. And if that's the case, then I'll step back. I'm happy to say I don't have all the answers, but I do think that that could be a cool way of solving a lot of the issues.
I've been an NPC who very politely opened a portal for you or something, right?
Yeah.
Nowadays, it was just like, well, let's
True,
just make sure the
Boise.
turn-in is like at the top of a big hill and we're good. Or sorry, with Dragon Flight rather. So that's been really awesome to see.
That macro design of the continent too, if you notice, it's sort of this like spiral upwards with Valdrakken, your capital city, being at the peaks. And we're just thinking that, you know, players are going to set their Hearthstone there, and they'll be able to drag and ride down to all of the activities to do outdoor content.
Yeah, I think I remember being frustrated on the first build because you had to go to an NPC to port you up to get up there, and he was like kind of just out of the way, or he's at the back of the room or something.
Right.
I was like, no, because I just want to get up, and you want to, because I pictured what you had in mind artistically is when it's populated with the players, this will look like a dragon area, right? It'll look like the dragon areas we've seen in a variety of games, like Dark Souls 2 when you go to Dragon Peak. There's dragons hanging, almost like Gothic statues in a city from each of the buildings, right? And then you'll go to the top of Valdrakken, and there should be dragons hanging ready to just leap off the sides. And one of the things I was looking forward to when it hit live servers is like, that is what's going to be here. And there'll be a variety of colors, there'll be different shapes, sizes, that kind of thing, ready to go. But I have to say, the most fun we had with it, I don't know how you did it, was the sense of speed.
You mentioned the speed of things, which that's an interesting aspect of how we approach our zone design. Something that surprised me when we were doing a survey of zones at some point was looking at some vanilla zones, and Westfall is 9 world chunks. That's kind of a unit of measurement that we have for zones. There's these, chunks basically. And with that being only 9, I was so surprised because it's actually, it's fairly small. And I remember, questing through that experience, it felt like such an expansive space. I was there for such a long time.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah. And then Eastern Plaguelands is something like about 40 world chunks.
That feels 40.
And that's true. But then also there's that contrast of when you were in Westfall, you didn't have a mount, whereas in Eastern Plaguelands you did.
Maybe for you.
And and in the Dragon Isles itself is actually the biggest continent that we've ever created, because we wanted to create this land that was worthy of dragons. And
dense too, right?
Yeah. But there's still these wilderness spaces, right, that make it feel natural, this sense that not everything is just like a theme park experience.
I will say, and I've said this, so I'm glad that she's actually saying it, the world of Dragonflight is probably the best world Blizzard has ever created, because it feels like an actual world. If you were to close your eyes and imagine what a world for dragons would feel like what would it look like? I think Dragon Isles nails that, mainly because in all other expansions, the zone very much feels like a collection of activities that you should do. So the zone is really created with this idea of, right, this is the zone. Here is all the activities that you have to do, and we designed the zone to make sure that you could do all of those activities. Dragon Isles feels like, no, this is a zone. You know, there's places where dragons live. There's places where the creatures come to drink water, and there's dragons flying around, proto-drakes flying around, looking for something to hunt and something to eat. And you know, these are battlegrounds where the proto-drakes are just planning incursions and things. This is the world, and yeah, the world is alive, and there's things happening all the time, and there's all these secret little areas that you don't know about until you actually get out there and just go. And you are actually correct there, Waffle Wrath of the Lich King had a very similar feel in a lot of the places in Northrend. A lot of it felt like you were actually in a normal, breathable world, and you just happened to also quest in that world, rather than no, this world exists specifically for you to quest in. I feel like Shadowlands is probably Shadowlands had the zones that was like the most inorganic, if we can use those two words. It was like the most inorganic. It was the most curated zones in the game ever. And Dragonflight is the most organic zones we've ever had in the game. And that feels just, it's incredible to be out in the world.
There's these local stories and wildlife for you to discover. And so the Azure Span, which is the biggest zone we've ever created, is actually over 100 world chunks. So that contrast and how you perceive that spaces when a dragon riding at these high speeds really has an effect on your experience. Yeah.
You need that distance to travel, right? And then on the way, you're just looking for bridges to fly under and to sweep, because you're making it fun.
Rings to fly through. And I mean, one of the things that, we're talking about the different kind of eras of World of Warcraft, really around, I think around like Battle for Azeroth era, we were looking at the world, and this is around the time when Classic was starting to be around the corner. It might have been released at the time. I forget the timing there, but you look at just the negative space in a lot of our Classic zones, and then you look at the world building that we were doing at the time in Battle for Azeroth, and it felt like things were getting kind of clumped on top of each other, right? Like it was hard to find a space that was like, look at this vista, which is just open space here. True. And if you look around just like, the world, that's very common, right? There's open fields everywhere. And it really does help to make it feel more like a,
King Julian, your bait isn't working, bro. Like, you're just full of shit. If you're actually being serious, you're just full of shit. Like, you are just wrong. Because all you're asking for is for Dragonflight to have more of the content that you care about. If you're like me, I have more than enough content in Dragonflight. Thank you very much. I like the idea of being done with the game after, like, I play about, let's say, 2 evenings that I play. And when I'm done, I feel good. I feel like, wow, I've done everything. All my world quests are done. This feels great. I've done some mythics. I've got some gear. This is really cool. I've done all of my profession stuff for the week. Now I'm done, and then midway through the week, it all resets. I get to do it again. I feel good when I'm done. And then I wait for the actual reset so that I can do it all again. And it is fun because I know that I'm about to be done, and then I can go play something else. Because I do want to play other games. I don't just want to fucking play World of Warcraft. I like other games. So if you really feel like there isn't enough content, do what Mr. Demuria said there. Make a fucking alt. Like, just start doing all of it again on a different character. You'll feel great.
Immersive world when it feels more natural like that. And I know that's something that the art team definitely kind of identified, and was something that was really, one of the first opportunities to make change based on some of the stuff that we were seeing there.
So by now, you guys have glided through all these cool Dragonflight zones. But now I want to introduce you to some really, really cool people. Have you guys ever done the Brawl?
Wait, before we go, I need to go pee. I'll be right back. Give me a second. All right. I'm back, boys.
Brawlers Guild? You ever done withered training? Well, it's time to meet the man behind that. Paul Cubitt has been with the company since 2006 and is responsible for so many of the features that you and I have loved over the years. Along with him, have you ever done any quests?
Tsukimi.
In WoW?
23 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you.
Maria Hamilton.
Thank you,
Maria
thank you,
is the
thank
lead
you.
quest designer. And Maria has been doing quests and missions in video games since 2003. She's actually responsible for, and was the consultant for the side quests in one of my favorite games of all time, Sleeping Dogs. They're going to tell us how they fill the world in order to cater to every single style of player who plays World of Warcraft.
You know, it's surprising how often someone will be standing there with a person with what you and I know as a yellow quest bang right in front of them, and then they'll say, cool, and then they'll turn left and jump off a cliff, and then can be completely off the rails and have no idea how to get back onto them again.
I've never considered looking at the quest NPC and going, weird.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's move on. I mean, when you get that metric back, you're like, how do we fix that exactly?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you look at the starting areas now in World of Warcraft, you can't do that. That you start with the quest being automatically launched to you.
Yeah.
And there's no decline button.
Yeah, that came in Kata, right? I think. You know, when it started popping up at the bottom. I remember it being a strange experience. It's like the quests were being forced on you and saving me having to click things.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the biggest, like, because they always say with development of these kind of things that you make it simple as humanly possible and someone comes along and they just can't, they just do it all incorrect. What's the thing you've created that's just gone completely wrong, or you've thought, they're definitely going to get this. This is like a funny, you know, a little nod to something, and then it's not been until years later, but then it has been discovered?
There was a quest line in Burning Steps where this was for Cataclysm when we did that zone, and there's a dwarf there who was seeing an imaginary character, and I can't remember his name. It's like Mr. Blinky or something like that. And so a young me thought, wouldn't it be funny if we actually made Mr. Blinky? And so I put a creature named Mr. Blinky hidden underneath the ground and you know, way off. But if you did like /target Mr. Blinky, you'd see him, and it had this special aura on him where he would cycle through different appearances. He'd look like a giraffe, and then he'd look like Deathwing. But all you could see is a portrait, so you can kind of see the portrait kind of cycling through all these funny things. And no one found it forever until it was abused, where someone found out how they could pull him, and then so Mr. Blinky, who was actually like cycling through all these different appearances, was pulled into Stormwind and had to be. It was quickly fixed when we discovered it. We had the ability to hotfix that out.
Was it a DK? Did they grip it out or something?
It was, yeah. I can't remember exactly what it was, but yeah, it was to my great embarrassment, because I thought this would be something funny that, you know,
Did
people
you forget about it? And then you got a phone call. What is Mr. Blinky?
Yeah, who made this and why doesn't it exist? Yeah, so.
Well, look, I thought it'd be funny. Like so many terrible things start.
I want to say, CDJ, that's fine. People don't remember that is how we used to play WoW. Most modern day people don't remember this, but usually with World of Warcraft, the beginning of the expansion would be super OP, right? So just a crap ton of people that log in, and, you know, the servers are overburdened and the game is full. I mean, yeah, people sort of filter out and they sort of quit the game and they go play other games. Then the next patch comes in and people are like, oh my God, yeah, let's go back, dude. There's new things now to do. And they'll do the new things for a bit and they're like, you know, okay, cool. Now I've done enough, and they'll come back for every new patch. The 1 year is that you literally just sat there playing other games till 10.2 or 10.3. Which means you had enough fun in 10.1 that you want to be back for 10.2, and you most likely want to be back for 10.3. Now, compare that to Battle for Azeroth and Shadowlands, where you literally couldn't run out of things to do if you tried. The game was jam-packed with just activities. When I quit Shadowlands, it wasn't that I said, oh, I'll be back in 9.1. No, I'm done. I'm done. I don't want to play this anymore. I'm not coming back for 9.1. I'm not coming back for 9.2. Screw it. and I didn't come back for it, right? Well, I did come back for Korthia, so 9.1, because they promised that this would be the City of Secrets, and there's going to be so many secrets. Turned out to not be a City of Secrets, more like a rotunda of vaguely hidden truths, right? And I didn't like that at all. So I immediately locked out. I think I played like 9.1 for like a week, and then I was done because screw it. This was not the City of Secrets that I was promised. But, you know, that was sort of it for me. That was my final playthrough, and I didn't touch Shadowlands again until just before Dragonflight, when I was getting ready for Dragonflight. But it's already a victory. It's already a victory, the fact that you're going, you know, yeah, I had super amounts of fun leveling, and, you know, I had fun for a bit, but I'll be back in 10.1. All right, cool. See you back in 10.1. You're allowed to play the game that way. No one says you can't. I'm actually having a ton of fun with the rape grinds because I like the stories that come out of it, and I also enjoy the game. You know, like it's fun for me. That's the thing.
I had an idea.
Yeah,
Thought it was funny.
Thought it'd be funny. Turned out to be.
But for both of you, like, how do you put your character into the questing that you do? That, you know, those moments where you're like, you know, we can show a little bit of personality that Blizzard's known for over the years. Like, if you look at like Kata questing with No One Rides the Lady, you know, all these serious moments, the world ending's happening, but then there's occasionally those really nice levity moments. Like, how much freedom have you got when you're putting that in? Is that just at your discretion to be like, yeah, go ahead?
Yeah, I would say there's a fair bit of freedom. I mean, we play everything before it goes out. So if there's anything that's egregious or horribly off tone, we'll flag that and that'll get changed. But in general, certainly compared to some other franchises I've worked on, which are much more serious, you know, this is a place where we allow humor, where we want humor, we want people to enjoy what they're coming across and laugh and stuff. And people get silly, you know, everybody's a little different. You get silly, maybe a little punchy, and make Mr. Blinky.
I don't think his name is Mr. Blinky. It's got to be something else, but we'll look it up.
Yeah, we need to do some research.
Yeah.
Someone find the giraffe changer.
There is.
So allow me to just the story being unlocked behind a rape grind makes sense. And I said this even with Shadowlands. I understand why certain stories have to be locked behind Renown. The thing that I didn't like about Renown was the consistent, you can only grind it this much per week, right? And then also you would get maybe 20 minutes of content, and then that would be the end of it. Nothing else really happens. In the meantime, the things that unlock isn't really important or interesting. You have to think about it. So, for example, right now, I'm busy unlocking the Tier Hold questline. I'm learning more and more about Tier Hold. I'm learning more about Tier and his relationship to the dragons. Why am I learning about it only now and not at the beginning? Simple. They didn't trust me. It's literally as simple as that. It might not seem like an important element, but why the hell would they tell you one of their biggest secrets, not knowing who the hell you are? Or, like, why should they trust you with something that, according to them at least, is incredibly important to them? You know, the dragon aspects themselves come to you when you're busy with this quest line because it's so important and impactful to them. Of course, they're not going to trust you with their secrets until they're absolutely certain that you are on their side and you're not going to just leave them. So I have no problem with that. I've always said that some story will sadly always have to be time-gated in some way, shape, or form, as long as it makes sense for that story to be time-gated. What I don't like is when the time-gating doesn't make sense, and the time-gating literally just feels like you want to extend my playtime. Then it doesn't make a lot of sense, and it should not happen then. But here, I've not felt that so far. Maybe that changes in the future, but so far I've not felt that at all, and it helps that I am having fun with the world quests because I don't feel like I'm being overburdened with it. It's literally, it takes you about 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours to do all of the world quests, and you have 3 or 4 days to do it in. So it's not like it's like a massive amount of content that you have to do. Dawn Fluke, wow, thanks for the follow, bro. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I mean, if you look at Dragonflight, like zone to zone, I think you can see a pretty broad, just like swath of feelings from one zone to the next. I think of a place like Onaran Plains, which is all about the centaur, as being like this really cool feature of this culture that you might not have even been expecting to run into in the Dragon Isles, but they've got this incredible depth and these really interesting characters and interesting culture, which is all really built up. And I think it's got this cool, sweeping, epic feeling, which kind of matches the terrain around them. And then you go to Azure Span, and you're kind of doing hijinks with Khadgar a little bit. That there's magic stuff going on. There's all these blue dragons. There's some fun stuff going on with mirror images that I won't spoil for people who haven't played through the story yet. But like
Manor, how you doing, fam?
Because of all the people who are working on the game, like a number of different tones coming out, but it all kind of comes together to the soup that we know as World of Warcraft. And then even getting into some of the local stories, I think there's some really funny local stories.
Yeah, I've read every quest.
Yeah.
I read every single quest. And I was actually, one of the happiest things I've seen with Dragonflight is the infusion of some new blood. Like even from the start, from the Evoker starting zone, is that you know these characters are coming back. I'm not going to ask you when they do or anything like that, but there's a lot of fresh blood coming in with the storytellings.
No, we want people telling different stories. We don't want people telling the same story again and again. So we encourage that diversity and let people bring, you know, what they're interested in and their background and tales from their youth or whatever into it. And so when they pitch ideas and pitch stories, we get a huge variety and diversity. We've got.
You take us through that whole process. So I assume there's an overarching story. Obviously, this is what this zone should do. Is that given to you in an almost like bullet point form? It's like we kind of need this to happen, and then you guys can go fill the rest in and get us from A to Z. But B, C, D, and E is up to you guys.
Yeah, as far as the main story works. For the local stories, though, that's largely us pitching whatever we'd like to pitch, and so that's why you end up getting such variety and such diversity across those. And then we also have to consider the gameplay, right? Gameplay first. We want to make sure that we're telling the story through gameplay. The gameplay matches what you're doing. It makes sense. We've got those high points, and we've got that pacing. It's World of Warcraft. You need to be killing stuff. I mean, it's important. You got to be killing stuff. So we got to find good places for that killing stuff part to happen. So yeah, it's all about like. Delivering on the high level goals and making sure we're hitting those points, but we have a lot of leeway in how we choose to do that.
That's really cool. So creatively, I
feel like that's something that a lot of people don't understand about World of Warcraft. It is that gameplay first. Like, and I made this mistake myself, so I'm not sort of calling out anyone here. I made the mistake myself where when I first played Final Fantasy, there was a moment there where I sort of like really wanted WoW to become Final Fantasy. Big Menace Lapper, what do you mean I hate Final Fantasy shilling in my chat? I love Final Fantasy, so I don't know why I would hate people shilling in it. Final Fantasy is a great game. I'm just talking about it now. I wanted World of Warcraft to take a lot more sort of like direction from Final Fantasy and how they tell the story. The issue that I very quickly realized is most WoW players don't play Final Fantasy exactly for the reason that I play Final Fantasy. They don't care about story all that much. They like combat. They like gameplay. They want to actually be able to kill things. They don't want to stand there for 20 minutes and watch a cutscene of a story playing out. And I feel like a lot of people are sort of judging World of Warcraft through the lens of Final Fantasy, not realizing that the two games do not compete, not in that regard, not when it comes to story. You can try to say, well, you know, how do they rank up in terms of dungeons? How do they rank up into or stack up in terms of raids? Stack up in terms of PvP. Those comparisons can be made, But when it comes to story, they're not the same. They're not trying to be the same. You just heard her say it. Gameplay first. Always. For WoW, it's gameplay first. For Final Fantasy, it's story first. Even Yoshi P has said this in the past. They start with story, and everything else sort of flows out of that story. But story is the fundamental part of where they start. People need to keep that in mind whenever they judge the two games, or just judge WoW in general.
How many ideas per zone are being thrown in there? And you're sifting through them. How does it marry up? You know, because you've got the Onarans, you know, this nomadic culture. And then you've got the fishermen that are hiding in the cottle, you know, and then they're trying to branch out and stuff. So do you get like a whole pot of stories? And you're like, that kind of fits over here, that kind of fits over here, and then sort of sift it out that way? Or is it very targeted for each zone?
Oh, we usually split up into zone teams. So we have someone who's the point for that zone for the quest design team, and there's a narrative point and a level design point, you know, and they work together to figure out what that zone is going to be. And within that zone team, they work together to come up with ideas and pitch those ideas. And so we kind of know what the themes are for each of those places and sort of what the main cultures are going to be, what the main enemies are going to be. And so they pitch around that. And sometimes somebody has a cool idea and they're like, oh, we really want to sneak Tuskar into Waking Shores. But they're different, so they need to have split off from the tribe a long time ago. And so we try to make it, you know, make sense, right? So that kind of thing. It's pretty focused.
I do think the Tuskar being added was a good fucking nice touch. The Tuskar, I mean, it's an institution in WoW, right? Like the Tuskar just makes so much sense. Plus, the little Tuskar kids are cute as fuck.
It's not like just there's a giant pot of ideas and we're pulling them out and distributing them. It's more that we have our zone teams who are pitching things for their zones, and then we're watching to make sure that nobody's duplicating. We don't have too many of the same thing. Yeah. We're telling different stories, that kind of thing.
No, that's really cool. Like in terms of individual projects and passion projects and stuff, because I know you've done Wither Training, Brawlers Guild, like you've got some big things under your belt that are more like solo experiences.
Soon, King Julian, probably.
Right,
Don't know.
That in. Is that something you're particularly interested in? Or like you said with Wither Training, the idea was kind of in the ether, you put it together and made something. But when you get to express yourself like that with a big solo project?
Yeah, I would say for me personally, the things that inspire me are almost exactly the opposite of that. Like anytime that things feel really MMO-y is where I get really excited. And so Brawlers Guild is a good example because Brawler Guild is for sure like a solo fight. But the way that the structure of it is set up behind the scenes is Brawlers Guild really wants to have about 8 people inside of it at any given time. Yeah. And so if there's a lot of people, then there's lots of Brawlers Guilds. If there's not as many people running Brawlers Guild right this particular second, then there's not as many Brawlers Guild shards spun up. But what that means is that you're going to spend a little bit of time spectating. You're going to be spending some time watching someone fail or watching someone amazing succeed at a fight.
We gamble all the time.
Or,
always.
Yes,
it's so fun.
Yeah, kind of trying your gold or trying to earn more Brawlers Guild. Brawlers Gold is what it's called. Predicting who's going to win, the monster or the player. And there's something that's very MMO-y and fun about that. And so even working with things like Torghast, Torghast is also a solo thing, but it's something you can do with other folks. I mean, like one of the things that excites me,
what a mace, dude,
in Dragonflight is with fishing. I think fishing has always been something which has been solo, but feels better when you're in a group, like when you have the fisher friends things.
Yeah,
and stuff,
you
like
kind of want to go out on
raids.
a fishing mission, because fishing is something you set aside for like an afternoon.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, we're going to go fishing. And getting friends to go out and do it, that's a fishing expedition with your friends, right? Virtually.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So I need to watch my diction here, but there's a feature called ice hole fishing, where you there's ice holes that you can kind of carve into the into the ice in Azure Span, and then you have this like lucrative fishing spot. But if people want to use it, you're all kind of in a little circle around it, like you'd imagine, right? And it's just this very natural kind of social experience. And so that's what I like, when people kind of rub shoulders against one another.
There's so much.
Well, you guys kind of have control over that, right? Because
I feel like the focal points in Dragonflight was also hit to a T, like kind of conjunctly related to what they're saying here, but also just what we're seeing on the screen. The world is incredibly open, incredibly freeing, and you can sort of go wherever. But every single zone have multiple focal points where you constantly see other people doing things in that area because there's something to do there. There's something major, something crazy, and that's what makes it feel like an MMO, because it does draw attention to specific areas on the map, and there's so many activities that require more than one person in order to actually achieve, which I think is just absolutely awesome.
You are generating the congregation hubs. That's what you're doing, because you obviously you moved from like the vanilla style where everything was just all over the place in some sort of haphazard, throw it away and you'll find it eventually kind of way. But now the questing is very hub-based, and is a big driving force. It hasn't really deviated, I'd say, since the Burning Crusade on that style. I don't know whether you agree with that. But is that literally to create that rubbing shoulders? You should feel the world being active rather than he's over there in that cave, he's over there in that mountain. Like you're going out on an adventure together. Is that a big part of the layout and design of the questing?
Yeah, I'd say so. Like we talk about hotspots a lot. That we want to have hotspots where something exciting is happening, and so then that's what creates moments like that. You'll see again, to bring it back to Dragonflight, like that happens in places like Iskara, where you have the community feast spins up every 3.5 hours, and a bunch of people fly in on their drakes to make some soup together, or the hunts, or the siege on Dragonbane Keep, that are all sort of public events that exist in Dragonflight to kind of get people together. But this has been something which I think has happened for a lot of expansions in a row now, where you'll see like just something lucrative pop up on the map, something exciting, something different, and that's
I've done the feast a few times. It's a mess.
Engineered to get people to see other folks and be happy that other folks are there.
Well, we questing in general then, because in World of Warcraft, it always felt to me that questing was a means to an end. It's just like, this is what you do, this is how it works. Is that something that you've seen change? Because you guys have so much history with the entire process. Like, how has it changed for you over the years? Like, certainly you go back to like the EverQuest days, people were just grinding and grinding and grinding. And then they come into WoW and it was considered like easy mode because it had easy questing. Well, besides the guy who threw himself off a cliff, I suppose. But how do you feel?
She looks worried, doesn't she?
Yeah, in some ways you could say questing is a means to an end, in that like the actual like the ways that a quest is a tool that we can use to tell stories. But I think that like this comes back to like different players like to play the game in different ways, and so there is no one like this is what the average WoW player does. There's no average WoW player. There's all sorts of different groups of players, and some people love to soak up the lore and like yourself read every quest in the game because they love to do so, and then look for interesting things hidden in secrets or in little books around the world. Others prefer not to. They prefer to go past the questing and move to other parts of the game, whether that's PvP or Mythic Plus or Hoot Collection or who knows what. And so we want to build a quest line which is engaging for both groups. If you're reading through every piece of text to be entertained, but also if you're skipping past it, that you still understand, can tell what the story is happening in that zone, and a lot of that comes down to things like environmental storytelling, making sure that if something's important, it's in a place like said out loud to you by a character or in a quest title or something like that. So even those folks who are kind of speed running through the zone can pick up on what's going on. But yeah, we want to build the game for multiple groups of players.
Dragonflight is changing so much. I mean, I don't know whether with the questing team or with your side of things, there's a huge philosophy shift going on in the back end with mandatory content and trying to get players to be online every single day, like forcibly almost. If the FOMO of like, if you're not online, you're going to miss out on this. Has that had any effect on you guys at all, or has it been something that you're like, cool, this is good, we can have a bit more fun with our world quests now? Because they're now like several of them are bi-weekly and things like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we want to try different cadences to try to find out what people like. I've heard people say, I can only log on this day, so if on this day it hasn't cleared yet and the next one's cycled, I feel I've missed out. I've heard others say, oh no, I have to log in every day because you're cycling them so quickly. Now I have to do that, and so we're trying to find that happy ground where there's enough content for the people with the different schedules, so everybody feels like they have something to do and they don't feel like they're missing out. I mean, I think we try things, we see what worked, and then we iterate on it usually. So I'm personally really looking forward to seeing sort of how people feel about Dragonflight and what areas we want to iterate on and improve on and put out in our next stuff. So I don't know yet. I'm actually fairly analytical about stuff like that. I like to see what players actually did, because as we talked about earlier, they don't always do what you expect. So you put something together, you think, oh, let's try this, you know.
And you keep it very fluid
Must be
as well,
tough,
so it's
right?
not just like wherever the rocks in the river are forming, it's like, okay, we can go around that. That's like your approach to most of these things then?
It's mine. I you know, in design over the course of my career, it's always been about iteration to get the best result, right? So you'll try something, you'll test it internally, you'll tweak it, you'll get it to where it feels pretty good, you'll put it out, then you'll see what players think and whether or not they like it. We sometimes float ideas, you know, put in a little something as a seed, and then we'll say, okay, that went over well. Let's expand on that. Oh gosh, let me think of something.
Withered Army Training might be a good example of that, where that, you know, that it was fun. It was also kind of held together with duct tape a little bit. That, you know, it was built in a way which
it was actually
which
a
uses
cool system.
the tools that we had at the time to build something which is repeatable and roguelike and has some variation, run to run and so on. But that, you know, we take things like that and we learn from them, and then can build better tech, better support for our designers, so that we can build things that feel the same, but can be bigger, like the day that the deaths of Chromie, or eventually Torghast, and Horrific Visions, or, you know, these things which kind of have that cadence to it, but we learned it by trying something.
So, question: if you could bring back one system from the past, like Withered Armor Training, or like these visions, which system would you want to see come back?
And if Withered Armor,
not artifact weapons, someone. So not a system where power is derived from it. A system like this, which is, I know that there was power inside the visions, like at the end of it, that you could gather. I'm talking about physically just the system, so the gameplay element of it. It can't be artifact weapons, it can't be anything that brings power. It has to be just a normal system that gives you something to do that, you know, is just its own little thing. So like Mage Tower, like with the training, something like that.
Army Training hadn't been, you know, as fun as we thought, then, you know, maybe we would have, you know, tried something else and kept trying until we stumble across something which feels fun.
Ideas are super easy to come by. Yeah, super easy to come by. But yeah, I mean, there's that decision that has to be made. You know, which one should we pursue, and what can we prototype, and what can we try out, and where should we best spend our time, you know, and energy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, lots of ideas though. Tons of ideas.
So, how do you guys feel about cutscenes and stuff? Because you like, one of the things that people always come back from, one of the biggest reactions, obviously the animation scene is incredible, but in-game cutscenes have become, in Dragonflight, there's a lot of them, and they're really good, especially as you get such a grandeur of dragons and things. And certainly when it gets to Wrathion and Sibelian, you know, things get really fun there. But do you think, are they used to recap as well? Or is this like always the build up to a big moment for you guys?
Yeah, a cutscene can fill lots of different roles. I think the big moment is the classic one you think about, right? The zone finale ends in a big in a big cutscene. But they can also be for setup. They can be for introducing characters. They can be to let a moment land, or almost as an interlude between big moments where something happens earlier and later. I think that that we have a great cutscene team, one that is continually growing. Way back in the old days, all us quest designers had to make our own. And
did you really?
Oh yeah, for sure.
What did you make?
Again, held together with duct tape. The Hidden Master in Mists of Pandaria.
Oh, no way! Yeah, that's a great cutscene.
Yeah, there's some very creative things to make that happen.
I'm sure that camera is doing some tricky stuff.
Yeah, but no, now we have a team of people who are actually like
good
cinematographers. You know, good. You know, unlike myself and our fellow quest designers who are good at this thing. And they've learned so many lessons over the years of making these things.
Cutscenes have become brilliant.
There is certainly, like, you can have too many cutscenes. A cutscene can be too long.
Yeah.
And so certain cutscenes work really well in World of Warcraft, and others don't. And so I think that the success and the excitement that people have about the ones that they've seen so far in Dragonflight are a testament to the kind of the hard work and the philosophies that team's put together.
You can clearly see with Marie and Paul how much fun they have designing and sneaking things into games, and how seriously they also take their job. But now it's time to talk about my bias, Dungeons and Raids. You're creating a new expansion, and you're going to put in these things, and you know it's going to be a big feature, especially for
It's going to
those
be
of us
interesting
like
to
me
hear
who
what he
follow
has
and
to say
take
about
part in the
Mythic
Race
Plus.
to World first. So who better to talk to than Tina Wang, the associate art director, who makes it look like it looks, and also Morgan Day, who has a ridiculous history of encounter design. Many of the fights that you will know and love from Raids, probably Morgan.
Coming back to the dungeons, I had a few questions with dungeons with both of you, but the immersion factor, which I assume is more your department in there. If we go to the raid first, it looks like Rage Firechasm and Molten Core. And I might be reading so much into this, it's crazy, but Dragonflight has also returned to kind of a new foundation. And it almost felt like, when I went in there and did the new raid, it feels like a statement. We're taking you back. We're coming from there, whether it was classic influence or not. But I assume this was your team in there. It's like, was that an intention, or are you just crackpot theory on the side?
It's a mix of our teams who works on the dungeons and raids. So on the art side, I think overall, especially going to Shadowlands, even the artists, people playing the game, artists working on the game, there's this sense of, oh, we're doing something so different. And I think the farther you move from home, the more there's this sense that you want to return back to the familiar. And so after working on Shadowlands too, there's definitely that desire from the team of like, okay, man, if we're going to go to the Dragon Isles, well, here's all of the favorite things from back then, right? And of course, this was also, folks are playing WoW Classic. And so there was plenty of inspiration where we're like, let's just do this because it's things that we love. I think in the raid you mentioned.
I will stay with my original theory, and I will say it loud, proud, in video form so that it can be remembered for all time. This is the start of WoW 2.0. That's why there's so many familiarities between Dragonflight and Classic and TBC and Wrath. Why so many things feel so similar to what it used to be. And why this feels like almost a brand new game in many respects, with new foundations being laid out, new systems being sort of implemented that will be more long form, more with us for a really long time. I believe that. I believe that Blizzard is sort of doing the bait and switch, where rather than giving us WoW 2, they're giving us WoW Dragonflight, but it is going to form the foundation for basically a brand new WoW, which a lot of new players will look back on, and instead of talking about, the old Ragnaros fight, the Molten Core entrances, and the Silithus, and the things that happened in Temple of Anchorage, people are going to look back and talk about the Vault of Incarnates, and dragon riding, and Valdrucken as the original city, remembrances of days gone by. These are effectively the new Wrath babies. Only this will be the new kind of classic babies 2.0 sort of thing. So I do feel like that is exactly what this is meant to be.
Molten Core. I think the very first pull is like these molten giants, right? It's like the two molten giants.
Yeah, you borrowed the stuff from Tol Barad, the dungeon in Kata, where you do the bombing run.
Oh, Grimbatol.
Grimbatol.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, so it's Grimbatol, and I was like, this is a blast from the past. And then I went in there and I was like, molten giants. But that theme carries on. You didn't change the theme throughout. You went for a really solid theme there all the way through.
Well, it truly made sense with the story and the content too, because specifically for Dragonflight, it's about the Dragon Isles being this really this continent that's just full of elemental power, right? Which is the Primalists and the Proto-Dragons, and that's sort of the core of the story that's related to Molten Core. So it's the connection is sound.
That's something that we very conscientiously kind of talk about and work on. Is okay, we can't just have one note through the whole dungeon, right? We really feel like that break.
I haven't done the raid yet. Is it good?
Sorry, let me back up a little bit there. Like in a dungeon, we look at dungeons as a holistic experience, right? Any one dungeon being one theme, totally cool, because you're only going to be in there for 20 to 40 minutes. when you look at a raid, you're going to spend a lot of time in there. So if that raid has one look, one aesthetic, it can start to just feel like kind of boring, and you might get tired of it. So we always try to have, you know, something like a 50% of the raid as like, okay, this is the core of it, right? This is where you feel like this is the main theme. And then we make sure that we have breakup all throughout, right? You know, with the Vault of the Incarnates, the ice spider, whose name I'm now forgetting off the top of my head, but give something the cold-hearted, I don't know, it's kind of one of those scary spider, right? That's such an awesome, you know, section of the raid, because you walk in there and you're like, whoa, like.
Okay, I see what you're going for.
Right.
I want to come back to dungeons a bit though.
Yeah, please.
Immersion style. So it's a bit of a, what we know is
big
you revamp
spider.
these dungeons, right? And they're beautiful, the new ones, like Ruby Life Pools is absolutely fantastic. It seems to have changed. I was wondering if this is like an artistic idea or actually a more implementation idea. Is we talk about
Freya,
Ultimate,
how you doing?
The original Ultimate.
Vericast, how you doing? Yeah, it's a joke or normal. Thank you also for the happy birthdays. I really appreciate that. What's your thoughts on the theory? King Julian, I've already discussed this. I made that video back in BFA. Right? So if you want to get my thoughts on it, watch my video from BFA where I say Rathian proves that we do not kill N'Zoth. Like, yeah, I made that video like long before everyone else was sort of going, oh wow, maybe we didn't kill everything. It's like, yeah, fuck, I said that. Like, Jesus, I said that first. So, yeah.
Was coming from the EverQuest days. So it had the ridiculous idea that we would all hang around in the Uldaman tunnels waiting for people to make groups. But it's full of cinematic, epic moments. Which involve much more RPG style things, right? And that is completely cut from the new Alderman in terms of efficiency.
Which part do you mean, like?
So, example would be in the original Alderman, you would kill the dwarves, which would then create a staff, which you then go to a city, you put the staff in, and light comes across the floor, it lights the staff, the maiden comes crashing through, you travel down through these different environments, arcade.
So, Thormon, Rathian's fight. So, Rathian's fight is N'Zoth showing us a vision of what would happen to Rathian. Right? So, N'Zoth is physically showing us the vision of Rathian's future, how Rathian will become corrupted and eventually, you know, become our enemy. In a raid that's meant to be the home of N'Zoth, everything else is called Visions of N'Zoth. You have this portal that you go through, and you're told that, hey, congratulations, you are now in Nyalotha. You're in N'Zoth's home. And then you have this random-ass vision about how Rathian comes to an end, and Rathian falls to the corruption, and, you know, the cycle just repeats itself. And I basically said, no, all of this is a vision. Rathian's fight is the breadcrumb that tells us that we are asleep. N'Zoth is showing us what the future looks like if we kill him. Right? So if we were to take him out, what would that future look like? How would that play out? It was a test. N'Zoth is testing us. I made that video literally at the end of BFA. And no one watched it, obviously, because I don't have hundreds of thousands of followers. But I did make it long before everyone else. I fucking called it. I should actually look for that video.
This is locked in stone. You know he's the last boss. But you're not gonna do it. Is this like a Mythic Plus influence, or is it kind of an old, outdated idea to have that kind of stuff in the dungeons in WoW?
I'll hit the staff part first, but I'd love to hear Tina's take as well. You know, there's definitely like changes that have happened just functionally with the way, you know, players engage with our dungeons. Like, for instance, if we just like drop a key and you need that key as an item that goes in your backpack, and I take that and I open the door. Okay, well, what happens now that player leaves the dungeon? Now we get a backfill. Like, does the key drop to the ground? Like, there's mechanical elements that add complexity there, but the overall element of the immersion and the cinematic factor, like, we absolutely still feel like we love that element of our dungeons, of the way we tell the story there. You know, you mentioned the Lost Vikings. Like, while, you know, you don't get that staff anymore, the Lost Vikings actually play a big factor in the Legacy of Tyr. And like, one of my favorite moments when I first saw it, I was like, wait, what just happened? I like did a double take, was, you know, when they like ram into the pillar like
Yep.
silly people and the pillar falls open and crashes the door open for you. That was super cool. And like you mentioned, once upon a time you might have had to physically pick up an item to make that happen. We still think those aspects of the dungeons are interesting and don't want to leave those behind.
You touched on the Mythic Plus aspect of things, and it does play a factor because, you know, all those moments of RP are just moments that players end up, you know, working around to try to optimize, right? Like, if you recall in Maldraxxus, I remember people would be like, all right, I will die, and then I will go up there and start this event, and everyone else can catch up. So those are the things that we try to balance, but on the art side, we really do our best to create that sense of immersion and storytelling and really build them into how much we're investing into these rooms and these spaces. Like in the Olderman dungeon, you know, there's these various murals on the walls too that if you like pause and look, there's like stories that are being told, and we've invested time into those. So I think it's a case of, for those who are interested in those sorts of details, there's opportunities for that. And then also make it a great experience for people doing dungeons for the first time, getting, you know, a very experienced player with a brand new player. They don't have to talk about where are the two pieces of the staff. That's a personal memory of mine. Of like,
I didn't say that aspect was
staff?
great. I do remember like trying to talk to somebody, maybe he was a native English speaker, and you're like, do you have it? And then,
silence.
Yeah, but it is fun. So in Dragonflight too, there's certainly, we create a lot of opportunities for that, you know, great sense of immersion and storytelling. And I think we invest more in other ways to get that across.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I noticed, because when we comparing dungeons across so many MMOs that are on the market right now, I know we sent like a note out about this, is one thing we've noticed in nearly every other MMO, and we've got a huge internal document where we've compared every dungeon pretty much ever made in any MMO.
Love to see that.
It's pretty extensive these days. WoW is really odd one out in a really interesting way, because everybody else has fallen into an extremely static formula of how every dungeon should be. Some are split entirely into 3 parts, and each one is 5 to 7 minutes every single time. It never varies, it never changes. That's how they do their dungeons. Other companies have gone in the way of like, people don't like trash. So we don't do trash anymore. In fact, we don't really do dungeons anymore. We do very quick encounters, which are because people only care about the bosses and go that way. And I was just kind of maybe not thinking about this too much until I got into Dragonflight. And every single dungeon is wildly different. You just mentioned 20 to 40 minutes. Like in the current market of MMOs, that's nuts.
Right.
Doesn't work that way, like at all. They're all very much within a 5-minute period of each other. And I'm looking at your face now like, that is not intentional. It's just we made what we thought was cool.
Yeah. Certainly. I mean, we always, you know, like our kind of rule that we discuss is, all right, as long as I can hit the LFG button on my lunch break and get in a dungeon and finish, like we're good to go, right? But it really is about like, well, what is the experience that we want to tell? What's the place we want to explore? And
I didn't know that. Did you guys know that about
and the freedom
other games?
to really like dive deep into that? You know, like some of our favorite dungeons are the ones that you will literally get lost in. And then there are other times where we have dungeons where, you know, Brackenhide is set in exterior and it's very wide open, and certainly that causes us.
Is that the Dragonflight one?
No, that's the Brackenhide one is the mill one where
you know
yes.
You know those things that isn't WoW, but nevertheless does install on your PC? Those things, right? You probably don't have any of those. But sometimes you'll see other people like playing something and it doesn't look familiar and you're wondering what zone in WoW is this? Maybe it's not WoW. Like, no, not like kind of like Photoshop, but the kind of Photoshop that you can play. I just didn't know that dungeons are like that for other games. I never focused on that. Like, just never.
Yes, with the poison canisters.
Yeah, and like, you know, we just love that idea of having a dungeon that will just play so much different than hall room, hall room, hall room, because we want that experience to be varied. And I'm also a very firm believer that content and systems are very tied together, right? Like, you can create a system that you think, oh yeah, this is great, this is very well balanced, but then your content pushes players to do things that start to stretch the limits.
Over 9 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are far too kind on my birthday. I really appreciate it.
Of those systems. You know, we talking about their games and inspired by their games. I always like to look at, like, I know you've been playing Path of Exile lately.
Yep.
And then I look at a game like Path of Exile versus other ARPGs, and just looking at the systems and looking at how those games ask you to engage with that content, very much affects like how good the build diversity in the game is, right?
Yes.
Like, if I have to push an infinite scaling system, like the build diversity sometimes gets shrunk. So I think that's a really interesting thing to look at when it comes to content, and we really want to make sure that there's opportunities for different, you know, archetypes to be successful, right? Like
15 months part of the DJ Nation. Thumb on. Really appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 38 King Julian, I think.
it's not a coincidence that, like, in Maldraxxus, you know, when we talk about
Old as fuck, bro.
the dungeons there, like
Old
the
as fuck.
pulls are very small,
Time
with
to
like big
retire.
old lieutenants, right?
Yeah,
It's
the
like
big
this is
beefers that are coming to crush.
right, and it's like this is going to be the one where if you're a single target specialist, like, you're going to really excel here. And then there's dungeons like Lower Karazhan, which, you know, we had some fun with when it came back in season 4.
Mr. Demuria with
Birthday big
$10.
one. Less than 3.
Thank you very much, bro. Really appreciate that. Can I get some hearts in chat? Some hearts in chat for taxes being paid. Not very degenerate of you, Mr. Demuria, but I'll take it, you know. If you want to voluntarily pay tax, I'll accept that.
The design process also accounts for creating sort of hero moments for different classes.
Yeah, certainly.
Interesting. That's really cool.
Yeah, and, you know, if you have the exact same template for all of your dungeons, then, well, like, if I don't fit into that mold, how can I ever feel like I'm going to be, you know...
It also promotes homogenization, right?
Yeah, exactly. And everyone, well, we all need to be really good at this thing because that's the only type of content we make. But yeah, when it comes to dungeons, like I said, we really try to look at it from a holistic perspective and making sure that we have enough variety across all of them. And that's something that, you know, we felt has worked well for us for a long time. And it sounds like our mold is very different than other people's, but it feels like, you know, it just feels natural to us at this point.
Where is WoW going to be in 10 years? Hopefully, continuing on a path that they have set up for themselves in Era 3. Now you've seen the people behind the camera, the people behind the curtain who make all these things. Honestly, they were the most creative people I'd ever seen, and I'm so thankful that they gave us their time to be able to talk to them. Even to those people who don't get in front of camera and gave us their time and were willing to sit down with us, it was amazing. Big shout outs to Display and of course scan.co.uk, who provided the cameras for us to take with us. It was a huge, huge lifesaver rather than our big studio cameras. Before I finish up though, there's something I want you guys to see. We had such a good time and everything was all about the future. Yes, Dragonflight is out and all the things are there, but I was there to discuss how it's going to happen and how it's going to happen in the next 6 or 7 years, which is what you've seen today. And here's a little message from John and Holly about how that's going to go.
But where are we in 10 years as we wrap up here? Where is Warcraft in 10 years? Because you guys are the ones pointing the direction.
For me, I can't, there's no limits. And, you know, I can't answer that specifically, but I want us to feel like we're living in Azeroth, and I don't know what that means, and the team doesn't know what that means yet, but I think that's the dream we're going to chase, and that's for all of us, you know, you included.
Yeah, one step at a time, right? You're leading somewhere.
Yeah, I think technology can afford us a lot of opportunity. Yeah, so...
She wants us to feel like we're living in Azeroth. Are they getting ready to launch Azeroth meta? Like, is this the new meta, WoW VR sort of thing? Or WoW AR would actually be the cool one?
We're dreaming big at this point. Yeah, I'm excited. Can't answer it, but it's going to be better. Or our goal is to
NFTs,
be
bro.
better every
That's
year.
what I'm hoping for. Like, the thing that I want Blizzard to do next is NFT homes. So you can actually buy an NFT that's a piece of land in Azeroth. And then that's your piece of land, and you can sell it to other people as an NFT. And then also a cryptocurrency, I think WoW could really do with like a coin. Like we could call it like the WoW token crypto, right? And then it's like really cool. You know, people can make some money and shit in crypto. I think that should be the future. Can't wait for the war coin and all it to the moon. Exactly. By Ockers,
You know,
exactly.
everything we do. So,
No.
sure.
You know, one thing that
mysterious.
yeah. I mean, one thing that for the franchise, you know, WoW is really our tentpole game. In terms of the big storytelling today, a lot of that comes from WoW. That's where we have introduced new zones and new races and new characters. I want us to double down on the story of WoW and really invest in some of the characters and have long-term planning across multiple expansions. That's just so important. And so that's part of, you know, what I've been asking of Holly and her team is, you know, let's do these big arcs. Let's think beyond just an expansion and tell me what you're going to do with this character and how they're going to, you know, shift over time and why am I going to love him or why am I going to hate him or why am I going to want to, you know, be part of their team or not. So I think that's certainly, you know, going to be a change.
That would be the biggest change ever. We spoke about this after his first interview, and I love that they're saying it again. It's just, in order for a world to feel impactful, there needs to be a journey, and journeys need to be varied. You can't have every character's journey lost to expansions. It becomes stale, it becomes boring. People, after a while, know, okay, it's 2 expansions, this character's story comes to an end. You want characters that gets introduced, killed off quickly, that can have an impact. Dragonflight, for example, had that. What was her name again? The first dragonkin that meets you on the Dragon Isles, and they sort of help you with everything, and then they die. Spoiler alert, they die. I can't remember the name now of the character, but that was like a seriously impactful moment. That was like a moment of, oh shit, I did not expect this character to die. Like, what the fuck? Sendrax, thank you, King Julian. Yes, I did not expect Sendrax to die. So you need characters like that. Then you need characters that's sort of there for half an expansion, maybe a full expansion, and their story comes to an end. And then you need those characters that's going to be there for multiple expansions, 3, 4, 5 expansions, before their story finally takes place and really plays itself out. But the story needs to constantly be visited. You can't just have it, and this is where a lot of people sort of will point to things like, oh, you know, but we've had this before. You mean Azoth, you know, in Legion already, and then in BFA we see a story? No, because the difference there was that in Legion, we saw the beginnings of an Old God expansion, nothing else after that, and then BFA, nothing until boom, here we go, Old God stuff now. Now we're on to Azoth. You need stories that build over time, and then it gets to the big crescendo, the finale of what this character is all about. And these needs to happen over multiple expansions, building up to it, but then also just shorter stories in between that to really give players different things to care about at different moments within the story. And I do think Dragonflight have a few very interesting characters that could play that role.
It does feel very stop-start. Right, it does, you know, this arc is expansion long, and then some of them disappear. We don't see them again for a while.
And we're giving, you know, the creative team more opportunities within the game to tell some of these stories too. You'll see that, you know, coming up, that we're making some changes in the way we're doing.
Aish, Final Fantasy XIV would actually be a brilliant example of how this is utilized consistently throughout. Right, there's clearly storylines that was introduced already back in ARR that only really came to its conclusion in Endwalker. Right? But the story started in ARR, but you would only see the finale of that story in Endwalker. But then you had stories that started towards the end of ARR, and only like it would come to an end in like Stormblood, right? And then stories that started in Stormblood that maybe would come to an end in Shadowbringers or whatever the case may be. So it is stories that sort of, there's throughput stories, and then there's shorter stories, and then there's sort of semi-stories, and all of those stories gives you different things that you are going to care about at different moments within the story. And those things are super important to the success of any story.
Doing the content that you'll get more of those story moments than we've necessarily been able to do in the past, because we didn't have as many people.
Dragonflight's story is really good so far. I've read every quest, I've done everything, and I was like,
yeah, the story is fucking phenomenal.
This is good.
Good.
Yeah.
And then in terms of, you know, the long future, you know, we're looking at what should WoW be in 5 and 10 years? Both in as you said, looking at technology and where is that going, and trying to predict between where technology is going, where we want to go with storytelling, and I think in general, where social gaming is going. Those are all things that we want to incorporate back into WoW. And I think that we want to see that we're doing the same thing 5 and 10 years from now that we did back then. That we are understanding how most of the gamers that are playing today grew up just taking all of that for granted, and that social interaction for granted. And so how does
True.
WoW need to evolve to stay pace of that?
No, I look forward to it. I really do. And it's nice to hear that you're planning that much further ahead. And so now saying there's going to be big story arcs as well, or that's going to be the focus. That's fantastic. But you've been wonderful. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Another brilliant episode. I don't know if there's going to be a third episode, or if maybe Preach will eventually release all of the interviews that he's done individually with everything in it. That I don't know. We'll have to probably keep an eye out for that. I think he said something about keeping it, like a lot of it at least, for patrons, I think. Like his patrons and stuff, for getting a lot of those individual interviews, or probably have already gotten it. So, if you want to see it, I guess subscribe to Preach's Patreon in order to get that. But yeah, I am super excited for the future of World of Warcraft. Like, just absolutely bonkers excited for it. And what's wild is how quickly that shit changed. Going from Shadowlands, where I had very little hope. I'm not going to lie to you guys. By the end of Shadowlands, I genuinely just... I looked at WoW and I said, there's nothing here. Right? This is just not happening. They clearly don't have a clue what the community wants anymore. They seem to have lost touch with where the community is, and how the community perceives their games. And just looking at the incredible arrogance that Blizzard had about how they interact with their community, what they allow from their community. How long did we ask them to remove Titan Forging and War Forging? And how long did they keep telling us that, oh, you guys just don't understand, it's actually really fun? And then we go, well, and it actually really isn't. We're not enjoying this system. Like, we get the idea behind it, but we don't enjoy it. And then you have the whole, ripcord ordeal, where we can pull the ripcord. And then, Ian sort of sitting again down with Preach and just saying, well, actually, we decided no, we're not going to pull the ripcord. We're perfectly fine with this. And the whole community just immediately going, what the fuck are you talking about? It's kind of nice to be pleasantly surprised and also to be proven wrong. Because now I look at WoW and I think it has a bright future ahead of it. Like, if this is the beginning of what we can expect in the future, I am glad that I'm a WoW content creator, because I want to be part of that future. I want to be making videos about the story of World of Warcraft 4 years from now, 6 years from now, being able to look back at some of the stuff that happened in Dragonflight and say, oh my God, were we right? Were we wrong? Where's all this coming? Or where is all this coming from? So I'm seriously excited and also positive about the future of WoW, and this video does such a good job. So just hats off to Preach. I'll give this a like, absolutely. Yeah, Preach has just gone from being like the pillar of the WoW community to also being its greatest flag bearer, and sort of bannerman, and just absolute god. So thank you, Preach, for this one. Preach is such a good ambassador for community. Pretty much agree with you there. Yes, Blizzard did lose touch with its community. The touch went into someone else's pants against their will. Oh yeah, shit, that's also true. I don't know, I kind of enjoyed the Covenant, at least story-wise, having a full separate and cool story. Yeah, that's literally the reasons I hated it. You can't have 4 different stories that, in order to play those 4 different stories, you need 4 different characters. That's nonsense. because the stories aren't unique to your character. They're world stories that's important, actually. Some of those stories are very important for everyone to be able to see, but you can't see them unless you've rolled that character. It's not the same as, because I heard people actually say, no, the Covenants was pretty much the same as the Class Order Roll quest lines. And I was like, no, it's not. The Class Order Roll storylines was legitimately only meant for your class. It had very little impact to the overall story that was told. It made the overall story a little bit more impactful for your class, right? If you played through it. But again, everyone else could play the story and understand the story perfectly fine. That wasn't the same thing with Covenants, at least. Leona, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. And thank you to everyone that's come to hang out on my birthday. I have to go, and I know it's very abrupt, and you know, it sucks. But if you guys look at the time here, my power is going out in 10 minutes. Fucking blows dick. I know. But yeah, we kind of just got through the whole of the video. Oh, by the way, my new arc, you don't have to worry about this video being uploaded to the Clips channel.
Laters.
Dude, thanks for the 99 bits. Really appreciate that, fam. This one's going up on the main channel as well. So don't worry about this one. We'll do like normal streams again from tomorrow. Yeah, I can only apologize, guys, but at least enjoy your electricity and at least throw a thought to me for not having electricity. It's rough. I'm looking at 6 hours for the rest of the day that I won't have electricity. So this is super fun. Thank you very much to everyone. And I am 38, so you guys can call me Grandpa now. I'm about to retire. Probably 1 more year, and then I'm out. I'll retire. I'll go move into an old age home, like maybe a retirement village or something, and just yell at kids that walks on my lawn or some shit. Old as fuck now, boy. The electricity situation sucks. Nah, it happens, bro. You have to just deal with it, which is what we're doing, right? I have the battery. I have the inverter. I'm literally waiting for an electrician to get a spot open so that they can actually fucking install the thing. That's literally the only thing I'm waiting for now. I bought the battery and the inverter, so soon, boys, soon. Gotta find a thought first to throw at you. What do you mean? Who do you want to throw at me? Why? Why are you gonna throw things at me? Get out of say I have a free room. Mr. Demuria, believe me, if it was easy to get out of South Africa, I would probably already have left. I promise you that. It is very difficult, especially as a YouTuber. No one wants you in their country as a YouTuber because you don't offer anything, right? I'm not going to fill a job that is currently underserved. I'm literally just going to move there and live there. Right? No country wants that. So yeah, there's so many like bullshit things that happen if you try to leave the country. The only real way that you get to go out of the country is through marriage. But I can see that being a massive fuck up. Like, if you just get married to someone for papers, how is that not a recipe for absolute disaster? I don't see that working ever for anyone. So I would probably not do it. That and the fact that I actually still believe that marriage kind of matters. It still kind of means something to me. So I probably wouldn't use that. Just wanted to stop by and say hi. Tiger Shark, how you doing, bro? Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm off. Think of me when you're sitting there playing video games on your PC with your electricity coming through. Cost the thought. It would be appreciated. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, take care of yourselves. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Maybe depending on when the fuck my electricity goes out. Let's just make sure. What time are we streaming tomorrow? I'll tell you in a second. Load shedding. So Monday schedule. Oh, fuck, tomorrow's rough. Okay, tomorrow is seriously rough. If Cape Town moves to stage 5, we will stream tomorrow morning, same time, same place, the Power Glove, the same time. If Cape Town doesn't go to stage 5 for whatever reason, I do not see where we stream tomorrow. Because my time slots will then work out. My power will be out from 8 to 10, then from 12 to 4, and based on this, is it, yeah, it's 6 to 10 again. So yeah, there's literally not a single time slot there. We should be fine though for Tuesday, no matter what, right? So even if we don't move to stage 5 Tuesday, we should be moving to stage 5. Just to be clear, Cape Town usually has one stage less than the rest of the country, but the app hasn't updated yet, so God knows. But if we move to Tuesday, we should be fine because there the power is out 2 to 6 in the morning, then 12 to 2, and then 6 to 10. So that should be fine. We should have time either before 12 or after 2 to at least get a few hours of streaming in there. And then, of course, hopefully we have the inverter by the end of the week installed so we don't have to deal with that shit ever again. I can't fucking wait. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, be kind to each other. Be good to each other. I love you all. Thank you so much for the happy birthdays and just spending time with me. It's been an absolute pleasure. Take care of yourselves, fam. Peace out.